What's up, guys? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right, let me know if this is too loud. Welcome to another edition of I don't know, hanging out with Raya, or we'll think of something. But welcome to welcome. You know, it's Thursday. I argue that Thursdays are the best day of the week because they're not. You know, they're not Fridays. Fridays are awesome, but Thursdays are peak. Um, so yeah, welcome. Hopefully you've had a really good day. Hopefully you've accomplished everything you were trying to accomplish today. And if not, it's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. So today I am super duper excited. Today is what we like to call Kdrama Thursday. So a little backstory on this is so okay, Thursdays are my favorite days, right? I adore Thursdays because it's like all the fun of a Friday without the pressure of like it being the weekend and like wasting your weekend, right? It's like a pre-weekend. So my absolutely favorite thing to do on a Friday night is stay up a little bit later and just binge Korean dramas, right? Whatever one I'm in at the moment, like I'm into, like I just, you know, if you've never watched a Korean drama, most of them are, about an hour long, maybe hour 15 minutes long, and they're usually between like 10 and 16 episodes. So watching a Korean drama, you're signing yourself up for, a marathon pretty much. So during a typical weekday, you know, let's say I work from 8 a.m. to 5 or 6 p.m., right? 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. I'm cooking dinner, or I'm at the gym. 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. I'm showering. I'm, getting things ready for the next day. And then 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. is like me time. It's like, you know, watching a movie or a TV show or doing some reading, whatever. Like, I have that like hour and a half to just do whatever I want. But on Thursdays, I like to get a little spicy, you know? And getting spicy when you're 30 consists of like staying up till like 11, right? So I'm only getting like 7 hours of sleep when I could be getting 8. I know it's crazy. And I say that like I don't sleep like 10 hours a night. But so I get to stay up. I'm like, I got that Thursday mode on where it's like I can stay up a little bit later, no consequences. Friday I don't have to be in peak condition because nobody wants to be on a Friday, especially in the survey world. It's like Fridays nothing gets done, so it's like beautiful. Like I'm assuming that's how it is in the construction world too, but like nobody wants to be on a Friday. Everybody's like pretty much just going through the motions on a Friday, and it's beautiful. So that means Thursday night there's no pressure to go to sleep and be fresh. Like I just get to like hang out, be chill. Um, so that means that I get to watch maybe an episode and a half of a Korean drama. Usually it's like, since they're an hour 15, I get to watch one a night, maybe one and a quarter. But on Thursday nights, if I plan it right, I could watch two. And I love when I get to watch two because I don't know, it just feels special. So that's the backstory behind K Drama Thursday. Is those are my nights where I specifically could stay up a little bit later and watch two episodes of a Korean drama, and they became like my favorite nights. So that's what I'm bringing to the table here, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Anybody out there a Korean drama fan? anybody out there dabbler in the Korean arts, it's like it's my favorite. It's like my favorite. I don't know. I don't know what the word is. I just really love Korean dramas. I love the way they're written. I love all about it. I love the cliches, the stereotypes. It doesn't have to be like necessarily like amazing writing or something that knocks my socks off, even though it does a lot of the time. But like, I just like a good old rom com. Something like I'm gonna laugh, I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna get all giddy and like, and something with the scenery is cool too. Like I love seeing like Seoul or like Busan or like Jeju Island, like in terms like I love seeing that stuff. Like that's so cool to me. But yeah. So this what this is today, and what we're gonna do is I made a little sheet. So first we're gonna do my favorite K dramas of the past of 2024. So these aren't necessarily ones that were made in 2024, but these are K dramas that I watched this year so far. It's April, right? So January, February, March. So essentially 3.5 months I've watched these K dramas, and they're like the top. So I picked 4, and we're gonna kind of go through them and not necessarily dissect them, but I kind of want to like go over a few of them and just kind of get into the meat of them and why I like them and what sticks out to me, and I don't know. So at any point, if any of you have watched any of these, feel free to chime in and let me know, because like I said, I'm so committed to this series, this section, whatever we're calling this. I'm so committed to K Drama Thursdays that like I want this to be a thing. Am I blurry? I guess this is the best spot, because back here I'm too blurry. Right there is pretty good, but we'll chill out. We're here for a little bit. Also, I changed the goal, so we're shooting for 10 followers in like, a month. So we'll see. Hey, what's up, Aurora? Just want to let you know everything's cool now with my guy. Awesome. That is so cool to hear. I'm glad. That is wonderful. What ended up happening? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer, of course, but I've been curious, like, how'd that shake out? But yeah, so I'm committed to K-Drama Thursday because I just love them so much, and I want to talk and talk and talk and talk about them. He replied after a few hours. Yes. And you didn't reply back? Like, did you send that second reply or second text, or did he just reply on his own? And I said, oh, finally he replied. Yes, I'm so glad for you. That's so cool. Man, I'm glad. That's a happy Thursday right there. So did you end up watching the stream? Been waiting to text you the whole day. Did you text that? Because that's cute. Then I lied and said text. Oh, sex. I read it as text. Then I lied and said text. Yo, smooth with it. That's a good. And you surpassed. That's top tier. And so he replied fast, and he was like, "What?" Yo, not only did he replied back, but then you hit him with that 1-2 combo. You hit him with that like text. He's gonna. He's gonna think twice about leaving you on red next time. You are next level, Aurora. I am impressed. Well done. Well done. Well done. I'm gonna get the clapping soundboard probably next week, and Yo, I'll play one for you because that is, yeah, he got the hint. Well done. That is a good. I am well done. So did you end up going onto a stream and watching it today? I wanted to hit him with something to remind him that he should reply faster, but also something that won't make him feel too bad. Yo, I think you nailed it. Honestly, I think you absolutely nailed it. Yeah. Yo, that's so funny. Oh no, he's still streaming a bit later today. Okay, okay, got you. Are you gonna show up? Because that's awesome. That's so cool that it worked out so quickly. Did he give a reason, or was it just like, oh, he just ended up replying and you guys just moved on from there? I might be deliberately late on purpose, like 3 hours late, just so he'll feel lonely. Aurora, you steadily impressed me. That, I mean, you took it and you ran, like you nailed it. He just said, "My bad, didn't mean to keep you waiting so long." Okay, at least he acknowledged it. At least he acknowledged that he made you wait. Could have been better. I give that like a 4 in terms of apologies or explanations. Out of 50, a 4 out of 50. So that's not great, but you did your thing, and I'm proud. That is you. That was like the perfect. Hats off to you on that one. Oh, he replies a bit faster now. I feel like he's. Yeah, I bet he replies faster. 100%. He's not gonna let you be on red for more on that. I'm gonna bring it up later during the stream, and then we'll probably talk about it. Yeah, good for you. Good for you. So you guys, have you been texting all day, or like, is it back to normal? Um, man, that's a good update. That's a good way to start the Thursday. Man, awesome. And we got Korean drama Thursday. This is gonna be a good day. This is gonna be a good day. Yeah, pretty much. I think he's just busy with work because he works in construction, goes to the gym after, and he comes home exhausted. Yeah, that makes sense. I completely, yeah. I kind of do the same thing, so I get that 100%. And maybe he was just busy. Maybe he just got overwhelmed or tired or whatever it is. That's so human, so normal. But I'm glad you did your thing like that. That's so cool. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Um, so yeah, that was fun. Um, but yeah, so I have some Korean drama. Like I said, we're gonna go through like my favorites of 2024. I picked a top 4 for my favorite Korean dramas, and we'll go through that. And then I've got a top 4 male celebrity crush list, and I'll probably do the female celebrity crush next week. But I want to be fair and do the male first. Um, I, I mean, not fair, but like, I don't know. I want to start with that one. So I had to think about it a lot after our conversation yesterday. I mean, you nailed it. Whatever that thinking process that you did, like between the end of the stream and when you ended up sending what you sent, needs to be studied because that is perfection. Like you hit him like, I don't know if you know boxing terms, but like you hit him with a left jab, then a right uppercut, and then you went straight to the groin, and that's illegal in boxing. But in this, you're perfectly fine. Um, but it's cool. He likes to talk about me on his stream while I'm not there, but I just use an alt account. You're doing the right. Aurora, you got this thing figured out. I mean, we're gonna, you, you got this thing figured out to a T. And my hat's off to you. Yeah, you know what you're doing. He thinks he's playing mind games with me, but I actually have the upper hand now. How quickly the tides turn. So fast. Not only do they have the upper hand, but you like rip the upper hand and you put it so far above his head that he's not gonna be able to reach it for a minute. And he's replying quick now. Yeah. Mm. Well done. Well done. That is way better than I expected. Like that turned around so fast. I really had no idea how it was gonna go. I was hoping it would go something like that. I mean, that exceeds what you did exceeds my entire expectations. But what I was hoping for was like at least that he would get back to you. Like that was the bare minimum. Because in my heart of hearts, I thought maybe he would just be like he'd ghost for a minute, and then maybe he'd realize you weren't in his stream, and then he'd kind of get the hint, and then maybe he still wouldn't reply for a while. But he like it, it went even better than I expected. I was thinking of making him guilty or him feel guilty, but that would probably make him resent me. So I decided to just act chill and still act flirty. Yeah, like from where I'm sitting, you did the exact right thing. Now, granted, I am not a licensed couples therapist. I am not any kind of person to be giving advice. So you can take that with a grain of salt. But from where I'm sitting, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. Oh, don't worry. I'll bring it up later in front of his bros so they'll grill him. Does words? Um, does he stream with his bros? Like, does he have them on and you can like ask them questions as well? Because that would be funny to get to have him start sweating when they're asking him questions. Because that would be intriguing. You could hear his side or what he claims. This is I like this. Yeah, he plays with them and they read the chat a lot. Yeah. You're like, so why'd you leave me on red, huh? What's the deal? What's going on? Yo, I like that. Yeah, like I said, I really thought it was just gonna be like he disappears, or at least for a minute. And they always make fun of him or mad at him because he's too distracted with me. I like this. I like this. Feels like it's weird because I'm the streamer, but I feel like I'm front row it. Like, like I don't know. Something's brewing though, and I like it. It's funny that like his bro, like that's a funny dynamic that his bros like know of you, and like you're the one kind of infiltrating their streams, not infiltrating, but like you're you're like shifting the attention, and I like that. You're disrupting a little bit, and I like that. That's solid. Good on you, Aurora. Good on you. That that makes my day. I'm glad that you were able to, because like I said, I've been there where it's when you just left on red, it is just, and maybe not even left on red, but just like when you don't hear back from somebody that you're talking with consistently, it's like that is just a terrible feeling. So I'm glad that he got back to you and that now you got the upper hand. That's real cool. That's real cool. Um, Anybody have fun today? Anybody do anything cool? I let's see. Today I hung out with my puppy most of the day, and then I made some bomb chicken and rice. I'm not gonna lie, it was really good. Um, and some broccoli I roasted. So it got all crispy and like burnt at some points, but like the good kind of burnt where it's like charred. Delicious. Man, it was so good. Now I'm drinking a little protein smoothie with some strawberries and pineapples. You ever eat too many pineapples and then your mouth just starts burning? Or is that just me? They call me the bro, but I pretend I don't know what the bro means. But the truth is that I rewatched their stream where they were discussing code names for me. Oh. You don't really like pineapples. Pineapples are the best. We gotta rethink this, Aurora. I'm just kidding. No, I love pineapples. They taste like sunshine to me. But I get it. They're also really, really like spicy's not the right word. Tart. Like sour and tart, but sweet at the same time. Like I love them. But that's interesting that so they were discussing code names for you, and so you know about it. Was it good stuff or was it like not good stuff? Like you're the bro. In my eyes, ooh, Aurora, you're sending us down a path I'm ready for. Okay, so a bro. Being a bro as like a, is that something that is endearing? Like, do you want to be called a bro? Like, let's say whoever you're interested in, doesn't matter, guy, girl, like whatever, non-binary, it doesn't matter. Whatever you're like, if you are interested in somebody, do you want to be called bro? Like, is that something? Because I'm just thinking in my terms. If a girl I was interested in thought of me as a bro, I'd be like, okay, she's not interested in me. But then, if I called her bro, I feel like it'd be funny. I don't know. If I genuinely thought of her as a bro, then I don't know. I don't think I'd see her as like, no, not really. But it's cool for them because it's just a code name to make things more unassuming. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Like a, under the table, they know what they're talking about, but you don't. But now you know what they're talking about, so you always know. Smart. So smart with it. I like it. But no, not really. Yeah, it's like, I'm trying to think of any situation like if someone I was like really romantically interested in, if I called them bro, what would that mean? Like, what does that say about how I feel about them? Because like I've honestly, like I've seen that meme where like, get you someone who can be your bro and bae at the same time. And I get it, like in terms of like having a best friend, but also like a soulmate or like someone you love. But me personally, like, I don't know if I could think of my significant other as a bro. Just because I got bros and I don't want to date my bros. Like, they're great people, but I don't want to date anybody I think of as a bro. Interesting. But I also am coming from a different perspective, so I don't know. Is if someone called you a bro, someone you liked, is that like a red flag? Is that like a stop? Like a stop sign? Or like a yellow sign? I feel like it's definitely not a green sign. Unless, I don't know. That's cool that you know. Cool that, like, I guess so. But let me take that. Let me go in a different kind of direction. If the other bros call you bro, that's cool. Like, if his bros call you bro, then that's like you're in. Like, that's a really good sign, honestly, in my opinion. Like, if you're just one of the guys, that's a good spot to be in. Like, because I've been in that where, like, obviously you want whoever you're with to be like cool with your friends. So if you're just one of them, that's a great sign. It depends, I think, on the guy. If he says bro a lot, that's true. I don't really say bro, so it's like it'd be weird for me to just all of a sudden call whoever I'm dating bro when I don't use it in everyday language. Like, hey bro, you want anything from Chick-fil-A? Alright, love you, bro. Nah, it feels weird. Cause it's just like, I don't know. I have other like pet names. Like one, ooh, man, thanks Aurora, cause you're like opening up a lot of like thoughts in my brain that I was in Korean drama mode today, but I like this cause it's taking me in a different direction. Yeah, bro would be like if I heard my girl call me bro, or like whoever I was interested in, if they called me bro, I would be a little disheartened. I'd be like, oh, you think of me like as a friend, which is cool, but like I think of you as more than a friend. Like, I want to kiss your neck. I'm not trying to just be your bro. Like, I'm not trying to go play pickup at the Y every Wednesday night. I don't know. Anybody out there like have pet names that they can't stand? Like, maybe your partner calls you a name, but like you don't want to tell them you hate it, but you really hate it. Like, for me, I don't know why, but I hate. No, I don't hate. I don't know. Babe is one that like I've never liked. I've never been called babe, or I've never liked being called babe. Really. Like, it's. I mean, some people can, and I like it, and it's different. But like, for the most part, I don't like babe. It's like so generic to me. It's like babe. I think a big part of it was, if you ever seen Hot Rod, there's a scene in the movie where one of the bros, like, he's like, babe, no, babe, wait, babe, 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 and he says it like 10 times, and it's so obnoxious, and he's that kind of like bro guy, and that ruined it for me, because I saw that in high school or middle school, and I was like, don't like that. I don't like that. He calls me a nickname based on my name, which is lame, but at the same time, I call him an annoying nickname too. As long as it works both ways, that's kind of cool. Like, if you have annoying nicknames for each other, that's actually pretty cute. Like, are they really specific, or are they like, I don't know, sweetheart, or like, no, I guess you guys aren't like at that stage, right? So like, I don't know. But I've never liked babe. Um, yeah, or poppy. I don't really like poppy. Those aren't fun to me. It's really specific. He calls me a nickname based on an expired ice cream brand he ate before. Okay, okay, okay. I'm not mad at that. But I call him a nickname that makes it seem like he's baby. Oh, I bet he loves that. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. Wait, nothing wrong with um him being baby, but I wonder if that's like, does he like it, or is it like annoy him, or like a literal toddler? Oh, no, he hates it. Yeah, I could see. I could see. Absolutely. Maybe that's why he didn't respond so fast. Like maybe he was like, I'm not 3. I'm full grown. I'm not baby. But yeah, I could definitely see him hating it. That's funny. That's real funny. Yeah, although, I don't know, when you like someone so much, it really, like, it doesn't matter what they call you, honestly. Like, for some reason, when you hear them call you that, it's like, yeah, I hated babe, but like, then I just started dating a girl and she called me babe. And I liked it. But only from her. So I don't know. He absolutely hates it too when I call him small boy because he's like 6 foot. So he feels really masculated when I call him big boy. Or feels really masculine when I call him big boy. Okay, okay. I say lean into that. Lean into that. Because, like, that's one of the quickest ways. One of the quickest ways to figure out who you're dealing with when you're, like, dealing with a guy is, like, push those buttons of, like, inferiority or, like, masculinity. Like, dig into those and see what shakes out. Like, call him small boy. And, like, his reaction tells you anything. Like, everything. Like, if he gets really, really defensive and, like, real, like, actually mad, not a good sign. That's a red flag. What if he's, like, playful with it and he can, like, fire back shots at you? That's a good sign. If he can play with the fact, like, that you're kind of poking fun at his masculinity, that is a really good sign. But there are so many dudes out there, like, that in this society, especially, like, you push those buttons and their inner Tylers come out. They start punching walls. They start drinking way too much Monster Energy. You know, start wearing a lot of tap out shirts. Start thinking they can fight in the UFC. Like, all these things start coming out. They get buzz cuts. You know, just you get the real, like, the inner guy coming out, and it's better to know that going in or like early on than it is to like just wait and find out. But that is funny though, calling him small boy and he's 6 foot, unless you're like taller than him, which is be even funnier. Like, if you were like 6'2" and you were calling him small boy, like, it'd be awesome. But yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, about like nicknames and pet names. It's like, at the end of the day though, I found, like, even though, like, I say it bugs me, it depends on who's saying it. Like, if you like at least I found it, like when I love a person, I like all the nicknames. I like the fact that they're calling me anything at all. Like that's so cute to me. Um. Anyway, I got to go now since my mom's calling me for dinner. Thanks for all your help, by the way. I appreciate it. I'll join back in later if you're still streaming. Of course, Aurora. I'm glad you came through. I'm glad everything worked out, man. Go enjoy dinner. I hope it's yummy. But yeah, I'm here. I'll be here till late. So do your thing. It's fun to have you. I'm glad you're here. But yeah. Trying to think my favorite pet name is probably like, I don't know, Sweetheart. That's a good one. Sweetheart. I like Sweetheart. I like Honey. I like Hun. I like Darling. I like Love. I like my love. Yeah, there's quite a few that I enjoy. Call me like Trash Can. But yeah. Alright, y'all. Should we get into this Korean drama? I am so excited for this. Like, I cannot tell you how excited I've been all week. Like, this is like what gets me going is talking about this. And like I said, mainly because it's rare. I've looked around and like I said, if you can find somebody who's talking about this stuff and like streaming this stuff, let me know. But it's tough to find people who, like, from an American perspective, are talking about Korean dramas, and like people I resonate with at least. It's just, so I want to be that for me and for us. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get into some Korean drama stuff. So first things first, we're gonna start with my favorite Korean dramas of 2024. Now, that being said, the K-dramas themselves, like I said, were not made in 2024. Like, these aren't my best of 2024, like being made in 2024. These are the K-dramas that I watched in 2024. So yeah. So I did a top 4 of K-dramas I've seen in 2024. And starting with number 4, working our way up to number 1, obviously, as most cool lists do. We're going to start with Welcome to Samdori. This one stars, I can't remember her name, but he's Ji Chang-wook, and he's one of my favorite actors, which you'll see later on in my top 5 male crushes. But this one is an adorable story about a guy who was head over heels for a girl growing up. They grew up in the same community, this small town. They grew up in Jeju Island, which is like, I don't know, essentially, the way I think of it is like, it's like, what would be the equivalent in the U.S.? Maybe like Hawaii? Or like, I don't know, some small coastal town that like kind of is off by itself. It's like more of a vacation destination than anything. But anyways, they grow up in the same community, and it navigates their relationship over time. Like, it's cool because it's him, her, and like 4 other friends and they're all the same age. They all went to the same schools together, and they try their luck in Seoul, and for various reasons, it just never keeps working out. Also, I should say this before, spoiler alert, there's going to be some spoilers in here. So if you've not seen this one and you want to maybe skip ahead till we get to ones that you don't want to see. But this one, I'll try not to spoil like how it actually ends, but there are things I can't explain without talking about it, like, and spoiling things. But so she is of like a really, really famous photographer in Seoul. She's like super successful. That's how it starts out. It's like we see her end of it. You know, she's doing her thing in Seoul, living her best life. And she gets caught up in this scandal. Like it turns out her assistant ended up doing some shady stuff and gets her pretty much caught up looking like she's abusing the assistant, but she's not. But nobody believes her because it's like in this day and age, like the cancel culture, like they come for her hard. Like they cancel her without even knowing the full story. And so her along with her two other sisters, who are awesome characters, they kind of flee back to their hometown in Jeju. Like they essentially get forced out by paparazzi and like the scandal and everything, and like everybody just their names are being dragged through the mud, and it's just a whole thing. And so they end up back in their hometown, which this is where the main lead is, right? He has been living back in that hometown since, spoiler alert, the two of them went to Seoul after graduating college or high school, wherever, and they ended up breaking up. So picture this. He's heartbroken. He went with the love of his life to live in Seoul and try to make it in Seoul. It goes all right up until they break up. And we don't know why they broke up. That gets like revealed later on. But like he has to, pack up his things, fly back home to his parents' house, his dad's house, and kind of deal with the breakup. And he just gets to watch as she just becomes so successful in her career. Like he follows her through her career, and it's kind of cute. He like makes sure to keep clippings of her stuff, and make sure that she's doing well, and it's kind of cute. And so the story essentially follows her being back after the scandal, and him, and how they kind of rekindle the relationship. And it's really well done. It's that classic, like, it's really cute. It's really cute. That's the best way to describe it. Is like, it's just cute. It's like one of those like small town. I'm a sucker for a good small town vibe, right? Especially a coastal setting too. Like, it's gorgeous. So it's really cool that they all, like, you get to meet her mom, and her mom's like a leader of these, like, I can't remember, it's like Hanryos. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but essentially it's like a group of like typically female like divers who go out and like dive for different sea creatures, like sea edibles, food things from the water. And there's like a whole bunch of history in it, and like it's really cool. I read one Wikipedia article about it, and it seemed really cool from what I could retain. But like, especially like apparently it's a big part of the culture in Jeju. So yeah, you get to meet her, and like she's got a whole group of like women with her who are like, they're hilarious because you love a good Korean drama side character, and they're all like the ajumas of the group, like the grandmas or the aunties of the town, and so yeah, so we get to meet them, and we just get to watch. We get to watch the two main characters like navigate, because like the last time they've really spoke to each other was when they broke up. So like, what's that look like? How do they interact? You know, how do their families interact? You know, what's the real story? How do their friends interact? Like, one of the best things about this one is the obvious. I mean, most Korean dramas, like, the best part is like the friends, like the friendships, and this one's no different. It's like there's a tight knit group of friends, and since she broke up, well, we think she broke up with him. She no longer, like, she gets cut off from the group pretty much, or like she cuts herself off from the group. However they did it, I can't remember, but essentially, the main guy, has like three other bros who like they just hang out, they just kick it, they eat food, they, you know, they just do fun stuff. They just like live life, and it's really cool to see. And so that's a real big part of it, why I enjoy it, and like seeing her ingratiate herself back into their like bond, right? Because it's like what they got now is like a strong bond. What they had in the past, like a real strong bond, and what they have now is a strong bond. And like seeing her break through that and like get accepted is really cool. And so that's one of the big takeaways for me on this one. This one, if I had to rate it out of 10, I'd probably say like a 8 or like a 7.5. This one, the only thing that like the writing was good, wasn't great. The acting was really good, and the setting was phenomenal, and the characters phenomenal. And they do this thing it's cute. Like, apparently, like his mom died. His mom and her mom were best friends. Like, they were like this back in the 70s or 80s, because they were both obsessed with like this popular Korean singer at the time. I can't remember who it was, but anyway, they became best friends, and so when they both had their kids at the same time, these two, when these two were born, they were like already destined to be, you know, together, like soulmates. But it didn't quite go that way, you know. So this one is really fun. If you just want a lighthearted, like, one-time watch, you'll laugh, you may cry. There are some scenes in it that are like super, super cozy, super comfy, like super adorable. There's a few where like they're like sleeping together, but not like sleeping together, but like laying together and like falling asleep, and it's really adorable. Yeah, the things that stand out for me on this one, definitely the setting. There's so many scenes where like there's one where the sisters are helping their mom out in like an orange grove, and it's beautiful. I mean, we're talking rows and rows of just beautiful orange trees. Like, well, the trees aren't orange; they're green trees, but they got oranges in them. And like the lighting is wonderful, and there's a lot of scenes at the water because the divers, and it just makes you want to visit the coast. Makes you want to live in a coastal town. At least it did for me. But this one's really lighthearted. There's nothing like super serious. It's just like following their road back to each other, I guess. And it's really cute. So this one I do recommend. And obviously it's in my top 4. I think next time we'll probably go over to some ones that like were duds. But I wanted to start it with like some good on a positive note. So this one, definitely recommend. The soundtrack was not memorable, but it was good. It was, you know, kind of basic. it's gonna hit you, but it didn't knock my socks off. And yeah, if you like Ji Chang Wook, he's brilliant in it. I mean, he's such a good actor. He'll be your new favorite. He's so lovable. His smile, get out of here. Get out of here. Absolutely leave the room. Get out of here. But yeah, welcome to Samdari, number 4. Number 3 on the list is called Moving. This one. Now, this one is massive. Like, this one is pretty insane in its ambition and its scope and, like, the special effects. This one, the thing that sticks out for me in this one is special effects. The acting was really, really good in this, and the writing and the pacing, but the special effects on this were awesome. I mean, next level. This one, so plot synopsis on this one is essentially it's a Korean superhero drama, but they do it in such a way. Okay, so I knew this one would be tough to explain because it's just so much. Okay, so best way to put it, you've got a group of superheroes that were recruited by a special organization in Korea, right? A group to do various tasks. And there were some that were like on the special task force, and some who they knew about that they had powers, but they weren't like good enough to make the team, or like weren't valuable to the team, but they were still out there, right? So essentially, we follow the story about 20 years after that, where those superheroes now had kids, and those kids are starting to like show their powers. And when I say kids, I say they're like high school age. They're like 15, 16, 17, something like that. You know, the main character, well, I guess one of the main characters is like a, I don't know, 16 or 17-year-old boy. So essentially we're following, it's cool how they did it. Like the first half of this series, we're following the kids, and like we're learning all the backstory through the point of view of the kids. And then the second half, there's like a middle portion that's like following the adults, and then the end they follow them both. So it's really cool how they like split it up and like explained all the lore and all the characters through different lenses. So that's another really unique part about this one. But they, so we follow the kids, the superhero kids who are like they have powers. They all go to the same school, and that's not by coincidence. We find out later like that was on purpose to keep an eye on them and like pretty much utilize them when we needed them. So the only pin in this whole thing is there is a bad group, and I think they have affiliations with the U.S. I don't know, wouldn't be surprised, but they send like a cleaner to take out all the superheroes in Korea, or in South Korea. So that's the only caveat. It's like someone is going around killing them, anyone with powers. So the whole time we're like, oh, like we know what's happening too. So we're like, we really don't want these kids to die. We know what's like happening. We know this guy who's killing them is real bad. Like he's real strong. He's got superpowers too. And so it's really cool. It's written really, really well. It's the writing, like you could tell they thought of every single detail, every single connection. The actors are top notch. I found myself really, really, really loving. So the first couple episodes, like I said, it follows the kids, and one of the kids is this girl. She's about 16 or 17, and what was her power? Oh, she can't die, or she's like pretty much invincible. Like she's got rapid healing, so like if she gets stabbed or like her neck gets broken, she can like heal. But her dad has the same power. Like she inherited it from him, and her dad starts off pretty unassuming. Like we don't know much about him other than like, oh, it's her dad, and he only gets like few scenes. Like he's trying to open up a chicken shop in the city, and like that's what we know of him. But then slowly over time, they reveal like how his importance and how he's involved in much more than we think. And then I start really, 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 really loving his character. Okay. The main actor, he's the main actor in the show Chicken Nugget that just came out. That show is not that good. It has its moments. It's funny. The actors are all top caliber, but the show itself is not that good. But this guy, real good. And so yeah, we start following him, kind of his take on things, and it's really fun to like go down that road and figure out, okay, where'd he come from? Like, what's his significance? We're just thinking, oh, he's just some girl's dad, but really he's like the linchpin in everything. And like, it's really cool. It's so, okay, spoiler alert on this one. There's a few episodes where we get to meet his love interest. And it is so beautiful, but it's so sad. Like the way they do it, I'm going to get into it like this. I'm sorry this is spoiling, but it's like why I'm doing this is like to actually talk about the show. Like think of it as a book club. And like you can't do a book club without going into the chapters, right? So that's what this is. So moving, he essentially, this character I'm talking about, let me see if I can you see, I don't know if you can see, but the guy in the front, right by he's right under the word moving. He's the girl's dad, and he is pretty much invincible. Like he can get all but his head cut off and he won't die. And so he at some point realizes he has his powers, and his kind of the way he takes advantage of his skills are that he cons drunk drivers into like, he'll pretty much jump in front of their car when he knows they're drunk. He'll jump in front of their car, get real mangled up. The drunk driver's freaking out like, I don't want to go to jail. Oh, you're dead. And then he'll heal, and then he'll negotiate like some kind of like payment fee for keeping quiet, or for settling it and not going to the cops. So he'll get like, a couple $100 for getting hit by a car. And he does this over and over and kind of makes money. And before that, actually, he was like in a gang. He was like the enforcer in a gang, and he would just beat up rival gangs because no one could hurt him. Like they would hurt him, but like no one could kill him. So he would just outlast him, pretty much, just wail on him. And so, anyways, he gets out of the gang life. He kind of like they force him out of the gang life, and he goes and he's doing these cons. And he's living in this tiny house or tiny apartment, real janky, and he sees this girl, and she's like she delivers coffee to like the hotels in like different areas. And I think, don't quote me on this, I don't know. I tried to do a little bit of research, but I couldn't, like from what I could get from Google, it wasn't like, so essentially these coffee girls in Korea, like, they deliver coffee, but also they deliver not coffee, if you know what I mean. Like, they deliver a hot beverage, and then hot, not coffee. Yeah, sex worker. And so so essentially they, and I don't know how true this is. I don't know the culture like that. I don't know if like this is actually a part of culture. Like I don't know if it's like prostitution here. I don't know. But essentially in this show, you would order coffee from these places, like from this specific place, when you didn't want just coffee. You know, you would want to spend time with a female and exchange currency. Um, but he sees this girl delivering coffee. I think the first time they meet, she's getting like harassed by somebody, and they lock eyes, and he finds her fascinating or something. I don't know what, but he there's this really really cute montage. Eventually, like he's this lonely guy, you know, he's a good guy. You know, he's not. I mean, yeah, he worked in a gang. He was just using his skills to like make money. I can't say he's a good guy, I guess, but he was a guy. And he wasn't necessarily a bad guy, you know. Um, so there's one scene where he calls up the girl's work, like, cause he had kept seeing her over and over, like she kept delivering coffee to the same hotel. So he like keep interacting with her, and he was like smitten by her. And I think at one point he like sees her around in the city, and like he's so bad at navigation and like figuring out his way around a town, and he like starts crying, and like she finds him, and like she gives him a ride home, I think. And she gives him crap for crying as a grown man, but it's so funny. And then he he calls up her work, because he like sees it on her scooter or something, like her where she works, the advertisement. And he's like, hey, can you send somebody, I want some coffee, you know, I'm in this room at this hotel. And the next scene is him opening up the door all excited, and it's not her, it's a different girl that works there. And you can see his face just drop, and he's so disappointed. And and he just like, she comes in and she lays out all the stuff for the coffee, and she pours him some coffee, and he like tries that, you can tell he's trying to figure out a way to like get her out, which I thought was really cool. It's like, because you know how many guys out there would just be like, okay, I like that girl, but this girl's here now, like, but like he was so taken with that girl that like he like figured out, essentially, if you finish the coffee really fast, or if you finish the coffee, the girl has to go, or like you can have her go. And so he like drinks it real fast and burns, like she's like, because it's really hot, and he just sips it real fast and, all right, bye. And so he keeps calling that same place like over and over, and each time like a different girl would come. And finally, one of the times he calls, it's her, the girl he is infatuated with, and she brings the coffee. And so it's cute. Like they sit in his room. It's a tiny room. He's got wrestling on TV, I think. And they're just sitting there talking, and she's pouring him coffee, and they just talk. And she's essentially like kind of nudging him, like, hey, like, you know, do you want me to take a shower first, or wash, like, what's up? Do you want me to wash up first before this, or like wink wink, like, you know? And he's like, no, like that's not why I called you here. I wanted to just talk, right? Oh, like that, he gave her that line, like, oh, I just wanted to talk, you know, it's 3 a.m., but I just want to chat, just want a little chatty poo. But they end up chatting for, I don't know, a long time. And he sends her off they don't smush. He sends her off, and she goes back to her place, or her work, and like talks with the boss, and she essentially tells her boss like, oh yeah, he's just one of those guys, he's just lonely. He would talk to like this to any other girl. He just, you know she wasn't like buying it, right? She wasn't like believing that he was like some good dude or like normal dude, which is completely fair. Like, she's probably seen so many not good dudes, like, or so many dudes trying the same thing, like, I'm gonna act nice until like I'm not nice anymore. But she was essentially like, oh, this guy, he's one of those that just, wants to be nice and wants to talk, but really, you know, next time I see him, he's gonna be not nice. And the boss is like, no, like that guy, every girl we send there gets turned around in 5 seconds. Like, gets kicked out in no time. But you're the only one who's been able to stay for more than like an hour. And so then they do a montage like of them. He would keep calling and keep meeting up, and like eventually, like, it was cute. Like, he'd call the place, and like the administrator would answer at her work and be like, and he would tell her the number. He'd be like, all right, so and so, like his specific girl. Like, he'd be like, all right, you know, you're on it. Like, they would hold his order, I think, if that's the right word, for her. And they just become close like that. Like, it's one of my favorite parts of that whole show is like seeing them come together and seeing their montage of like them, just laughing and talking and having coffee and not smushing. It's so cute. And it's so like oddly wholesome. Cause like I could see me being in that situation, like just being some dude, like some quiet dude in my own room, like, but like I fall for somebody like that, and I'm like, I don't know if I'd go about it that way. I don't know. But it's really cute, and we really, really start to fall for him and her, and it's just like, this is probably like episode 6 or 7, maybe 8, like middle of the series. And so yeah, his storyline, his arc is like my favorite aspect of this whole show, and it follows him for quite a bit, at least a few episodes. But every arc is really good. The beginning arc where it's like the kids, you're following the kids, that's really cool too, because like they're high school age, but they have this like young love kind of, trajectory as well, which is cool to see. And then you meet our main guy's mom, and she's really cool. She's got like super sensitive, so she can hear real well and see real well, and it's really cool. And she's adorable, like, she's gorgeous. And then yeah, and so moving is really good, and I guess there's a lot of commentary. Like, I don't know. I didn't get into the politics of it all, but it is, how a lot about how we treat, people who are different. And it was really cool. I don't want to dive into that too much. I just liked it a lot. It stuck with me. Like I said, that guy, the main, or the dad, his arc stuck with me the most. Like, something about it was just so cute. And it's also really sad. Something happens in it that I'm not going to spoil, but like, if you watch it, it's so sad. But yeah, moving is really good. I definitely recommend it. That one is, if I had to rate it, I'd say 9 out of 10, because it's done in a way, like, the pacing of that show is really, really good. The way they jump to like the way they spend the first maybe 6 or 7 episodes on like the kids, and it's not exclusively on the kids. Like we see the parents' perspective, we see, you know, the bad guy's perspective, but that first chunk is like we really like stick with the kids for most of it, and then the the middle section, maybe 4 or 5 episodes, are the adults, and we get to know their backstory, which is really cool. And the end is them all coming together and fighting the bad guys, like the main bad guys. And that is really cool because there's also like a whole North and South Korea dynamic where it's like, what's their relationship? And it's kind of cool to see on the outside looking in, you know, you kind of get a hint of like how each country feels about each other, but also it's from the South Korean's perspective. So it's like, I don't know how true it is, but it's really cool. It's really interesting. I really didn't think I would like it. Like I watched the trailer. I was not sold. Like I remember looking at like, what K-drama should I start next? Or like best Korean dramas of 2023. And this one was like top of all the lists, like all of them. And I was like, okay, that's a good sign, but also, yeah, I'm not much of an action guy. I don't like action movies. You know, I don't like superhero movies really, unless it's Deadpool. So it was like strike one, strike two. But I think I had just finished probably Welcome to Samdori. And it's like the best time to catch me watching a different vibe show is after I've watched like a rom-com. Because like I always need like at least one rom-com in between everything I watch. So it's like a rom-com, then I can watch an action. Rom-com, then I can watch a horror. Rom-com, then I can watch a thriller, you know. But I've always got to have those rom-coms steady throughout the year. So if you catch me after a rom-com, I'm all ears for something different, like moving, which is like I said, I watched the trailer. I was not intrigued. But then I watched the first episode, and I wasn't necessarily hooked, but like after 2 or 3, it was just the right time. I had nothing else to do. It was awesome. So, moving, I definitely recommend. This one is such a good, it's a really good, I don't even know if I consider it K-drama. I just consider it a drama. Like, obviously it's Korean and it's a drama, but like, it's just good. Just well made. And the thing that stands out with this one are the dad's storyline. And it's also cute to see like our main guy, he doesn't know how to use his powers in the beginning. Like his mom pretty much shelters him his whole life to like avoid using his powers to keep him safe. But like, so it's a cute thing where the girl he meets, like, essentially he can't control his powers if he's around, like if his like heart rate goes up or if he like starts getting like feelings of love or infatuation or like hormones. Like he can't control his power, and his power is he can fly. So like whenever he's around this girl, he physically like literally starts floating in the air. Like he'll be in his seat at school and he'll look over at her and she'll like smile at him, and he'll like his desk will start like slowly floating up in the air, like just a little bit, and he'll like have to press it down, and he like goes to school every day with like weighted down backpacks and bags to like keep him on the ground. And it's really cute to see him around her, and like she also starts to like him too, and it's cute to see him just like float across, like he's literally floating on air because he's around her. And the scene where she first sees him flying or floating is really cool. It's really cool. It's like how they end the episode, I think, and it's one of my favorites. And the music they play in it is really good too. And I really like the soundtrack of that one. Like, not necessarily like the heavy hitting, like, but like just their background music for a lot of stuff. It's like so modern and so cool. It's really good. So yeah, moving. Moving is a really good one. I would definitely recommend if you're into superheroes or like a superhero kind of, you know, mood, that one. It's less like the I don't know. I haven't watched very many superhero movies like in my lifetime, so I don't know what to compare it to, but there was that show Agents of Shield, I think was called. It like seems to be kind of like the similar vein, even though I never watched it, but like from clips and stuff, I maybe. So if you like that, maybe you like this. But that one's really cool, and it's really, there's some sad moments too where it's like I love a story that like makes you feel for the other guys, for like the bad guys. And this one does it so well because it's like, for a moment, you follow what we consider the bad guys, right? The ones that are trying to kill the people we're watching. But really, they're just trying to survive, and they've got their own stories and their own like relationships and interactions too. And it's like one of those. It was like at the end, two of the bad guys, like you see like their relationship with each other and how they're really, really good friends and how they went way back and how they kind of saved each other. And it's like, spoiler, one of them dies and the other one's just like so broken up about it, and you're just like, no. Like, I love a good, that's what, I hope to do when I'm like writing like any kind of movie or script or anything. It's like, I want there to be like a conflict of conscience. Like, I don't want it to just be so one dimensional. I don't want it to just be like, oh, the good guys are good, the bad guys are bad. Right? Not in today's age. Like, I want to do what they did essentially, and like the good guys are good. They're flawed, but the bad guys, in their eyes, they're good too, and they're flawed. But in our eyes, they're bad, but they're not all the way bad, right? They have their qualities and their redeeming moments. Like, it could have easily, it was one of those where like, it was so cool because they could have easily just they flipped the perspective. So like, we follow their side, the bad guy's side, through 16 episodes, and we'd be rooting for them, and we'd be thinking the people they're fighting are bad. I love that. It just humanized them so well, and the 16 episodes, except for the first bad guy. The first bad guy is not redeemable. He's just an a-hole. They tried to do a whole thing where like showing about how he was raised, and I get it. It was like, environment over whatever, that biology versus environment or whatever it is, like in terms of raising a child. So they did this thing where like he was abused, and came from like a volatile system, and he ended up just being trained to be a killer. But like I couldn't, yeah, it sucks, but like they didn't do, within those like episodes he was there, they didn't like really make you feel like, oh, poor him. Like, no, he was ruthless, and whatever feelings he had, no longer there. But the rest of the bad guys, like, they did such a good job. It was so sad. All right, we'll do one more. We'll do number 2, and then I'll go. I gotta pee, so we'll do number 2, and then I'll pee. All right, so number 2 on the list of best K-dramas I've seen this year. Actually, you know what? We're gonna take a break now. I'm gonna go pee because this is gonna be a long one. I love this next one. I'm seeing it right now on my list, and this one went neck and neck with 1. Like, 1 and 2 is pretty much like 1A and 1B, because this one I already know I'm gonna rewatch it at least a couple more times, because this next one is a banger, and it's about boxing. So, all right. On that note, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee. Guys, we are back. All right. All right. So, hopefully you went to the potty and took a break, because this next K-drama is one of the best that I've seen in a long time. Also, if you can see the moon right now, go look at it. It is beautiful. It's like a waxing crescent, and it's orange, and it is lovely. So if you can, go check that out. All right. So where were we? All right. So this next Korean drama is one of my favorites that I've seen ever, not just in 2024. And this one is called Bloodhounds. This one is, let me fix this real quick. All right, this one is one of the best K-dramas I've seen in a long time. Like, I love this one. I don't know where chat went, but let me see. Well, it's alright. No matter. So yeah. Oh, let me see. Oops. Well, that's alright. Alright, anyways. So, Bloodhounds. Bloodhounds is probably, it's one of my favorite ones that I've ever seen. Alright. Okay. So the synopsis on this one. The two main guys here in front are boxers. Right? That's how we meet them. They're boxers. We meet them, like the first scene, I think, or first few scenes are of them like in a boxing tournament, and they end up meeting in the championship and fighting each other. And this guy on the left wins, and this guy on the right loses. But afterward, this guy invites this guy to get some food, and that's where the real story takes off. This one is a story about, brotherhood and loyalty and love and, greed. This one is set in the COVID times, and essentially the plot is this guy on the left, his mom took out like a shady loan that she didn't know was shady. She thought it was just like a government loan during COVID time to keep her cafe open. But it was funded by this really, really bad man, this really, really bad gang leader, like loan shark / murderer / everything. Like, he's a bad guy. And she didn't know she was getting in business with him until he shows up when she couldn't come through with the clause. Like, she signed a loan, and essentially they wrote a bogus document that she didn't read the fine print. Like, she read the fine print, but not like they did it in a way where like nobody's gonna look for that. They're just gonna trust that you're with the government, and it was not. And he came through with a bunch of thugs and like smashed up her cafe because essentially his goal, the bad guy's goal, was to squeeze money out of small businesses in order to get enough funds to like fund, he wanted to make build a hotel, or like, he was doing some money making schemes. And like these people on the ground floor were like, one of them was his mom, that just like essentially got caught in the crossfire of the scheme. But and it's all during COVID time, so everyone's masked up. It's wild to see. It's like, it's a crazy memory. Like, it's almost like a fever dream. But can I say fever dream and relates to COVID? That seems a little, well, we'll go with it. But essentially, the main takeaway from this is the bond between these two. It is amazing. It is so cool. It's like from jump, from like the first, after the fight, and they go out to lunch, game over. Their chemistry together is phenomenal. Their acting, phenomenal. Their like charm, phenomenal, off the charts. And it's like we meet a few people. So essentially what happens is these two end up wanting to fight back against the bad guy, right? Because the bad guy pretty much has his mom's life and his life in his hands. And at the end of the first episode, he essentially beats up all those thugs at his mom's cafe. But there's this real big like enforcer that works for the bad guy, and he can't beat him then because he's just so big, and like he's just like kind of almost inhuman in his strength, and he's not prepared for that. He's just a boxer. Like, he's strong, he can take out regular folk, but he can't take out like someone who's like there to fight. So yeah, essentially, and then the bad guy comes in and cuts his face, leaves that guy on the right left with a big scar, and it's pretty gnarly. But then these two essentially try to find a way. First of all, they try to find a way to pay off the loan, so his mom is out of the debt and they can just deal with it that way. But eventually it leads to them wanting to take on this bad guy, and it's pretty cool. Like, you get to meet, I won't spoil anything, but you meet a whole subsect of, like, there's this really nice loan shark, if that makes sense. Like, essentially he gives no interest loans to people who are struggling, and he's like the good guy. He's this old grandpa guy in a wheelchair. But the main takeaway from this one is boxing. Looks so fun. The fight scenes are amazing in this. Like, the way they choreograph the fighting, awesome. It's so believable. It feels so like real. Their friendship, one of the best things I've seen on TV. Like, it's so cute. It's like they're so lovable, so fast. This guy on the left is like a puppy dog. He's just like, it's wild because he's so big, like, or not big, but like he's like ripped, but like he's also like baby. This guy on the right is just so funny. And he's also ripped. This one, and also the bad guy, the main bad guy in this is really, really good. I don't know who he is as an actor. I'm sure he's been in other things. Like, he just has a perfect face for being a bad guy, and his acting is really good too. Like, it's one of those, like, it has been a minute since I have wanted, like, just rooted for a bad guy's death so much as I did in this one. Like, the bad guy in this, I was just like, kill him now. Kill him. I don't want to see his face anymore on screen. Like, he's so good in it that makes you hate him. And you just want to see him lose, but he just doesn't lose very often. You're just like, just stab him. Just do a quick shank. Just give him a quick shank. But yeah, this one is really good. It's really short. It's like 10 episodes, I think. It's either 8 or 10 episodes. But it's so well done. It's top quality. You're going to love it if you watch it. It's so easy to like both of these two together. Like, no matter if you don't, no matter what else is going on in the story, the fact that these two are together makes it, like, it makes the show. And it really makes you want to work out, honestly. Like, I have this thing where, like, I will watch, like, a good fitness motivator for me is, like, watching fitness movies, or, like, you know, like, I watch Hustle. I think it's called Hustle on Netflix. The Adam Sandler, like, basketball movie. I watch that because, like, they're working out and moving their bodies and doing something athletic, and that makes me, like, pumped to go. Or, like, a big one for me is Creed. Like, I watch Creed, which is also a boxing movie, and that'll really, really pump me up to go to the gym and work out. Something about seeing other people, like, moving and working out and lifting in, like, an intense fashion makes me want to just go. It's like that term, gymspiration. It's perfect inspiration for me. And Bloodhounds was perfect. Like, it actually made me, like, I ordered boxing gloves after I watched this one. Like, it makes you want to get into that world of, like, just working out and fighting and beating the bad guy. So yeah, this one, Bloodhounds, highly recommend. This one I'd say like 9.5 out of 10. Like, this one was up there for me. It's like, I'm gonna watch this one at least a few more times. Like, hopefully, I'm hoping they have a season 2 coming out. Apparently that's, like, being whispered, or at least it hasn't been shot down yet. It's like not a definite no. And if they have a Bloodhound season 2, they could open that up so easily into other worlds and other bad guys and things like that. And just to see these two back on screen together in those roles would be awesome. So, if you haven't seen Bloodhounds, it's on Netflix as of, April 2024. Watch it. I don't think you'll be disappointed, unless you're not much into, like, I really like I said, I didn't like action films, but I like films involving like fighting. Oh, I don't know. Like, I don't like, what's the best way to put it? I don't like superhero fighting. I don't like worlds blowing up and, like, it's weird. Like, I keep that for my anime, right? My anime can have people, like, with super crazy strength and, like, manipulating lightning and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's perfectly fine in my anime. I expect it. But, like, I don't want to watch a movie about that with human or, like, live action. I don't know why. It's something. But this one is just two regular dudes who trained in boxing and were former Marines, like, who can fight regular people, like other humans. So yeah, this one, recommend. Super, super good. Super good. All right. That brings us to number one on my list of 2024 so far. It is ding 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 ding. Gyeongsong Creature. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Gyeongsong Creature. This one was a sleeper for me. This one was like, I wasn't plugged into, like, this kind of side of things. Like, it's like we said before, like, moving and this one aren't, like, typically ones I, like, reach for. This one's like a supernatural kind of vibe. um, or like weird things are happening in a government facility, and So this one, like, even when I watched the trailer, I was like, oh, not really my speed. But the one thing that drew me was like the time period. Like, it's pretty much like, I think, World War II era. I don't know. It's tough to. I think they probably just spelled it out for me, and I just forgot. But it's kind of tough as an American to like suss out what timeline it is in Korean history, because a lot of it is based on like the Korean relationship with the Japanese at that time period, and I don't know when, I don't know how, like, I don't have the context of like when did this when was this like this? When was the Japanese occupation of Korea like almost ending? And I want to say I feel like it was, if I'm not wrong, World War II was the end of it. So I think this was like right before World War II or during World War II. Maybe that could actually, now I'm thinking about, I think the reason they were creating a creature was to fight and turn the tides of the war. I could be making that up. I don't know. It sounds right to me. But Gyeongsung creature. This one, like I said, snuck up on me. I clicked on it just because I liked the way the clothes looked. That's it. And yes, I've watched shows for less, but that was like low bar. Like, I really thought like I'd watch one episode and like be done, because that's what I'll do. I'll give you, for a Korean drama, I'll give you maybe 25 minutes. And if I don't like even, not even a hint that I'll stay with it, I'm done. So this one, like, I started watching it and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's cool. And like the special effects and like the setting was like really, really detailed. And I was like, oh, this is like, you can immediately tell like it's big budget, like, and it is. But like, I started watching it and I was like, wow, you're so immersed in this land, in this setting, and like, it's a city. It takes place, I want to say in like the 1940s maybe, or late 1930s, something like that. And like the fashion's really cool. Everyone's wearing like either suits, and like it's like very Great Gatsby-esque. And our main character is like an entrepreneur from a city in Korea or South Korea, and he owns a pawn shop, and he's like a really like kind of flamboyant dude. He's essentially like Jay Gatsby, if you're familiar with Great Gatsby at all. He's essentially like a mogul. He has like all this money. He's popular with the ladies. He's known well all across town. Like, he's kind of like the go-to guy for anything in the city that they're in. And he's a moneymaker. He's a go-getter. He's a jack of all trades kind of dude. So there's one scene that he like attends a lavish party, and like all the females like swoon over him, which makes sense. He's a good-looking dude, and he's pretty tall. And it's like straight out of Great Gatsby, just maybe a few decades later. But anyway, the premise of this one is it's pretty out there. But so essentially, the Japanese are developing kind of a weapon to use against. I just assumed it was the war, so I just assumed it was like they wanted a creature to like fight against the U.S. troops and the Allies in World War II. Could be wrong, but let's go with it. Anyways, they're developing a creature in this underground facility in Korea, because at the time Japan is occupying Korea. So it's like they're pretty much in a police state where Korean civilians have to obey by the Japanese soldiers and the Japanese government in their own land, right? So they're getting mistreated and beaten and abused and all these things are essentially treated as subhuman in their own country, which parallels are numerous across even now to this day, like in different situations and countries and scenarios. But anyways, that's what's happening. The Japanese are bad guys being mean to the Koreans in Korea, and they're building this. Hey, National, no, don't go over there, buddy. But yeah, so they have this underground facility at a hospital that's like pretty much only Japanese and Japanese royalty can use this hospital, except for us, like few of like Korean royalty or higher ups. And in the basement or like in some sub level of that hospital is this really bad doctor, and this bad kind of there's a scientist who's really bad, and there's also like this military guy who's a bad guy. And the military guy is kind of the guy who's dreamed up this creature, right? And it involves what's the word? It looks like almost like a little fish or like a tadpole. But like essentially you drink the tadpole and then you drink the serum, and together it's supposed to like create like a mutation in the humans where they turn into like this monster. And essentially what he's been doing, he got it to work in like Manchuria or something like years prior, and so he knows it works. So then he comes to Korea with this same idea and puts it to the test on Korean people, and has Korean prisoners, like a lot of people who are going to the hospital to like get help or whatever, like they just never get to leave because now they're prisoners and now they're test subjects. And so he's just testing this thing on Koreans until he gets his creature, because he wants a creature. And that's the premise of the show. And then our guys, the main guy is, like I said, he's the go-getter, the money maker. He gets roped in because one of the like lower level military guys, like Japanese, he's seeing this courtesan, and he falls in love with her, and he has a baby with her, and he doesn't have the connection. Like, she goes missing. His lady of the night who he falls in love with, she goes missing, and he gets a hold of our guy because he's got the connections and he needs to figure out where she's gone. So he enlists his help in a not so nice way and says, hey, find my girl, I won't take everything you have. So he gets roped into finding this girl. Meanwhile, we meet Han So-hee, who is dreamy as heck. She is beautiful. She's definitely on my list for next week for my top Korean crushes actress list. But Han So-hee's character is a kind of like a private investigator. Like, she finds people. Her and her dad, that's their job, is they locate people. They're trackers. And she gets in the mix because her mom has gone missing like 10 years back, and her dad and her make it their life's mission to find her mom, right? So she gets kind of like, she makes her way to the city where our main guy is and gets a hold of him because they find out he's the one you got to talk to if you can find anybody. Anyways, they end up working together through the whole show. They end up bonding. If you haven't seen Han So-hee, she is beautiful. She's this main girl. If you can see over here, I don't know. She is gorgeous. And she's such a good actress. And the acting in here is stellar too. Like, it wouldn't be number one if it wasn't. So that's the plot. At one point, they infiltrate the hospital to try to, like, they're originally just trying to find the courtesan, right? But then they uncover like this whole other operation with like prisoners and things, and they're like So then it's like, it's cool to see the growth of our guy, because at first you just think our guy's like some philanderer, like some like money hungry like womanizer. You just think, oh, if you didn't know anything about it and he was thrust in a situation, you would think, oh, he's just gonna be out for himself and be selfish and throw everyone under the bus so he can escape. But growth, and especially his relationship with this girl, like, lead to a different destination, and that whole unfolding is really, really cool to see. This one is so good. Like, it's one of those, I watched it before I knew that it wasn't fully out, and that's usually a death sentence for me. Like, for me, if I watch something, like, I have to know it's got all the episodes out. Like, I'm not one to like watch a show halfway through and then come back to it. Like, I'll watch it halfway through and stop and never come back, even when all the episodes are finally out. Because, like, the way my brain works is, like, I'll have to, like, rewatch the show so I can get into the exact moods I was into. Like, I'm very driven by mood. And, like, especially with Korean dramas, like, they put you in a specific mood so well that, like, I need to, like, recreate that. I can't, like, watch 8 episodes of that mood, go to, like, another show with a completely different mood, get in that mood, and then come back and try to pick up that mood from the prior. Like, that's not how I work. So I made the mistake of not checking to see if it was all out yet. I didn't think they would release it in 2 parts. Cause, like, even now, Dr. Slump, I watched the first 8 episodes before I realized they didn't release them all, and I haven't come back to Dr. Slump, even though it's a really good one, and it could have made this list had I finished it. But so this one, that's how good it was. It, like, bucked the system for me. It was like, I watched whatever, how many episodes they had at the time, maybe 6 or 7 on. Watched them all, loved them, hooked. Like, best thing I've been watching in a long time. Like, you know that feeling? I think I watched it on, like, a weekend, and, like, I had nothing to do that whole weekend. And it was, like, Saturday afternoon when I started it. And, like, by episode 3, it's starting to get a little darker in the house, and you realize you don't have anything else to do but you can just watch this for the rest of the night. Like, that was what was going on. Like, the perfect scenario to binge watch a show, So here I am, just watching one after the other, and it's just getting cooler and cooler and cooler, and, like, I'm just in it. Like, I'm sucked into this world. I am in 1940s Korea, like, with these guys trying to fight the Japanese, trying to figure out this whole situation. And it was really cool to, like, see, like, as an American, like, I've always heard that, like, the Japanese were real, like, not nice to a lot of the, like, other countries in Asia. Kanye West, hey, not mad at that. What's his best album? But it was cool to see, like, the dynamic between Korea and Japan. Like, it's just, he has none. Okay. What about My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy? But yeah, so it was, like, cool to see what they thought of, like, Korea, or, like, how Korea and Japan were, like, not friends, right? Just like it is with anything. If you're like as an American, like, what's the like relationship between, countries in Europe? Couldn't tell you. Like, how does Belgium feel about the Czech Republic? I don't know. How does Australia feel about New Zealand? Like, couldn't tell you. There's so many, like, gaps in my knowledge of, like, Korea stay cursed. Why you say that? So it's like, it's cool to see, like, a form of media, like, and it could be accurate, it could not be, I don't know. But it was cool to see, like, hey, these Koreans like do not mess with the Japanese. Like the Japanese are terrible to them in this show. In this show, it's like I don't know how real that was, even though I've read a lot about how like when the Japanese like were like occupying Korea, it was not good. Like they were doing some horrific things to the Korean people. So I don't think they were developing a mutated creature, but Korea got cursed by the Lord and stayed cursed. What you mean? I mean, this is news to me. I didn't know they were cursed. Dang. Are they the most cursed? Like, what's the most cursed country you think? But I can't explain further. Okay. I respect it. Most cursed is like, if I'd have to guess most cursed, I'd probably say like, ooh, what gives me like real cursed vibes? Off the top, I'm gonna go with like Brazil. Like somewhere in the jungle, I know there's curses up in there. There's gotta be like at least 2 or 3 curses like up in the Amazon. Guaranteed. Bet. You say Russia? Russia without Putin? Okay. I could see about 1800s Russia like really getting like deep, like diving deep into the curses and like really getting some like spirits all up in there. I could see that. That's a good one. King Kai, like I don't doubt that. Korea could be cursed. I don't know. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna find out. Russia could definitely be cursed. My money's on Brazil. Nobody talks about Brazil curses, but I bet you got a good curse out there. 100%. Like, what do we know about them jungles? Like, who's really been in there figuring out curses? Yeah, we know there's snakes. Yeah, we know there's birds. But what about the curses? We need to send somebody in there. There's somewhere in the Arctic where there's just a tribe that worships the devil and they curse people who aren't in their tribe. Dang. That sounds like religion, my guy. That's wild. That's crazy. I mean, I believe it. But also, they're in the Arctic, so like, I would curse anybody if I had to live in the Arctic, honestly. That's just not fun. Curses. I like it. You brought curses to the situation. I'm not mad at it. They probably skinwalkers. What is it? Like, what is a skinwalker? I hear that all the time, and I've only seen it from Supernatural, and I still don't understand what a skinwalker is. Is that like where they can like shapeshift, but like their natural form? I don't remember. I honestly can't remember what a skinwalker is. But I remember they were like, I googled it one time, and then like kind of it's like interesting. Like I can't remember if that's like is it like a Native American thing, like belief? But I don't know. Like I said, if I was in the Arctic, living in sub-zero conditions for the majority of my life, I might have to throw some curses at some people. Cause like, ain't nobody just gonna calmly build igloos for the rest of their life. Like that's just not what I'm about. Like surrounded by snow all the time? Nah. They can transform into basically any organism, but they have a weird smile and they can't say much other than help me. Okay. Actually, that sounds like a buddy of mine, Greg. He got a weird smile. He always yelling help too. But he falls a lot, so it is what it is. He's alright. I don't think he's Arctic, and he's not Native American either. I think it's Cuban. So maybe Cuba's got curses. I think that's what we saw. Like that tracks. They have a true form that looks like an alien. I mean, Greg is like 5'5". But as far as an alien goes, yeah, that does sound about right what I read. They got a true form. They can take the shape. I didn't know about the help me part, though. That's interesting. I'm not mad at that. My grandpa's name is Greg. See? Was your grandpa a skinwalker? Did you ever see his true form? Did he fall a lot? Those 3 things right there. Don't know anybody these days. I like that you brought curses. Okay. IDK, he might still be one. Do they live forever? Like, are they like, do they die? Are they invincible? I don't know the lore behind skinwalkers. He's a strong guy, but he does spend most of his time at work. See? What better way to blend in as an alien or a skinwalker than to work? Because you're not gonna, if you think about it, what's the last thing you expect a ghost or a spirit or a specter to do? Manual labor. That's the easiest way to blend in if you're not of this world. Because like, why in the world? We're never gonna think, yeah, obviously if I came down as a a ghost, I'm gonna spend 40 hours a week doing work. No, if I'm a ghost, I'm gonna be living it up. Obviously, they die, I think, but he's still alive. You summoning the souls out of my house. Yeah, I'm trying to help. 85 hours a week. He definitely a skinwalker. 85 hours a week. Ain't no way you're gonna work that as a grandpa without a little assistance from the supernatural. At least in my opinion. Also, you're right, like, that's such a perfect cover. Like, grandpa can't be a skinwalker. He works 85 hours a week doing whatever grandpas do. Maybe he's a doctor. Maybe he fashions like drum sets out of coffee cans. I don't know what grandpa's up to. That's the point. You don't need to know. He just does something for 85 hours a week. No way he's a skinwalker. Think about it. He works on roads. Perfect cover. Perfect construction is the perfect cover. Trust me, I know. I work on roads too. You're never gonna drive by someone working construction and think, oh, that guy. Keep an eye on that guy. He's gonna shapeshift in about 4 hours. No. Get him. Get him, boys. Get him. Right? Okay. That is interesting. Your grandpa might... No, I think your grandpa's safe, though, honestly. If I had to guess. Because, like, 85 is pushing it. Like, sick 'em dogs. Yeah, like, 85 is pushing it. You're not going to be working 85 hours a week as a specter, right? Or as a phantom. You know, it's just not feasible. When are you going to be able to use that time to, like, haunt people? Or, like, do what you're put on this earth to do? You know, you got to have at least a little bit of free time if you're a specter. You know, you just have to. I mean, I've seen 4 seasons of Supernatural, so I'm pretty much an expert on the situation. It's like, you need some downtime to, like, possess people and, like, you know, voodoo up their houses, you know. You can't do that in 85 hours a week. And construction, that's backbreaking. You're going to come home, you're tired. You know, you don't got the energy to do any of that demonic stuff. Valid. Ghosts be hurting. Exactly. Ain't no ghost can hurt while hurting. Hurt ghost. It's the saying I've always heard. It's like you can't be a hurt ghost and hurt other people. It just doesn't work. So yeah, I think your grandpa is safe. Who knows? I could be a skinwalker. You could, King Kai. You could definitely be a skinwalker. But so could I. You never know. You never know. So could Greg. Your Greg and my Greg. Could be. If reincarnation is a thing, isn't that the same as a skinwalker? Ooh. Now we're talking. You came in with the heavy hitters. I was knee deep in this Kdrama synopsis, but we're gonna bypass that right now and talk about this. Reincarnation's a thing. Wouldn't everybody be a skinwalker? I don't know. I don't know about that. Because I guess the shape-shifting part. That's a good question. Our parents might be. Oh, my dad's definitely a skinwalker. 100%. 100%. That's a given. I already knew that. I think he got possessed when I was like 6 years old. I remember one time I like fell asleep real early, and I heard some weird noises in like my dreams and stuff, and my dad like disappeared for like a solid 2 hours, and he doesn't do that. Like he was always around. And I remember having like a weird nightmare, and I woke up. I went to go find him. I couldn't find him anywhere. And then finally I found him outside, like staring up at the sky. And it was almost like he was like waving goodbye to like somebody. And I was like, Dad, there's no planes up there right now. What's going on? And he just looked at me. And it was one of the things he kind of felt different, but like, I was like also like 6 years old, so I couldn't gauge the situation. I had no idea of like possession or like alien abduction and swapping bodies or skinwalking. So, what makes you say he was at the bar? He was, yeah, he definitely could have been at the bar, and he could have been waving at God. Those two are those are possible. But you should have seen the way he waved at the sky. That was not like a wave at God. Like I've waved at God. This is more like waving at your buddies, like after leaving like a Ruby Tuesdays. Like it was more like, hey, I'll see you later. You know, I'll hold down the fort. You know, sober up before you drive home kind of situation. Like that was the vibe I was getting. And it was just to an empty sky. And I was like, so ever since then, I've known my dad was possessed. Or at least different, you know. Yeah. Still love him though. Great dude. Great dude. Could have been drunk. Could have been. He could have been drunk. That's way less fun though. That's way less fun. And he didn't drink. So, I don't know. Only time will tell, I think. If he outlives me, because he's almost 70, so if he outlives me, then either I die tragically or he's a shapeshifter. And I'd be really disappointed, honestly, as a kid, to like not find out. Like, that's just a waste. Like, if my dad was a shapeshifter and he could have told me all this time and we could have been having shenanigans, what a waste. I feel like you got jump scares on hotkey. You know what? Yeah, probably. Because, yeah, I would be so upset if I lived my entire life. It's just like the same thing. It's like if you had a friend who had a superpower, but they never told you, like they kept it a secret from you, how upset would you be if one day you find out and you could have gone this entire time teleporting with this dude? Whatever it is, like, and it's your dad, and my dad could have been shapeshifter. I could have been like, you know how many situations I could have had him pretend to be like so many different people to get me out of so many different situations. I could have had him pretend to be my doctor to get out of so many gym classes. So many. Oh, man. I could have had him shapeshift. Ooh. I could have had him shapeshift into a twin for me and just had him do all my... He could just shapeshift into me and do all my shifts at work. Amazing. Gym class does suck. Exactly. So it's like, man, I would be so upset. Like, here I have to live a normal life when you get to out here just be shifted into different shapes. Like, that's honestly selfish on their part. Man. But honestly, if I was a skinwalker, I'd probably shapeshift into like a coyote or something and just roam. Or maybe a wolf, because like coyotes are too small and they get killed a lot. So yeah, maybe like a big old wolf. Or like a bear. I like to do some bear things. Just like climb a lot of trees. And like really just get into like streams. And just like start, catching salmon. And just being like fluffy all the time. Like just being, doing bear things. You be a fox? Great choice. I'd be agile, but I could still protect myself. Oh, great choice, King Guy. A fox? That would be top tier. Foxes are actually my spirit animal. Like, whenever I see a fox, I don't know if you guys believe this, but like, when I see a fox, or like, there's this, I don't say myth, there's this belief that like, certain animals bring certain, good omens and bad omens to people, and it depends on who you are, which animal that is for you, right? So some people have like, eagles are their spirit animal or their good omen animal, and some have wolves, and some have bears, and some have snakes, and for me it's a fox. So whenever I see a fox, like, and I'm like, I know, like, when would you ever see a fox? But like, I'm out in the woods all day for my job, and like, so I see foxes quite a bit. Well, not quite a bit, but like more than I think a lot of other people will. And every single time I see one, if something happens that day, it's like awesome. It's like, I can't even explain to you how it happens, but it's like, it's such a good harbinger of like good news or good information or success. Like, some of the best things that have ever happened to me happened on days like I saw a fox. And it's weird, it just keeps happening. Like, it's not even an exaggeration. Like, I've probably seen, I want to say 6 or 7 foxes with my own eyes. Like, and every time something good happens, or it's like a really, really great day, or like, I've never had a bad day and seen a fox, if that makes sense. For me, it's rabbits. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome, King Kai. Welcome to the family. But yeah, rabbits. Like, so for you, when you see a rabbit, do you usually have like a good day, or maybe good energy, whatever it is? Like, that's a good one. Because it's one of those, like, it's funny because when people are around you and they don't have that same kind of affinity for that animal, they just be like, oh, that's cool, that's a fox. But like me, I'm like, yeah, it's a fox. Bet, what's going to happen today? Am I going to get paid? Am I going to like see something really cool or meet someone really cool, or am I going to fall in love? Like, what happens? I don't know. I had one rabbit and I greeted him every morning until he passed. Every morning was either lucky or fun. Exactly. I wish I could fall in love. Exactly. Like, having that, like, that luck or that, like, good energy. Like, that is spot on to what I'm talking about. And I know there's also like the bad end of that, where like some animals are like bring like, bad luck for people. But like, when you recognize that, oh, there's some animals that just like, for some reason, like, it's the best. I wish I could fall in love. Now that's a different thing entirely, because that's tricky. Because love, I don't know if we can solve that on on a Thursday. Have you ever been in love? We'll start there. But I mean, we talked about curses, so we might as well talk about the other end. We might as well talk about love, which can be seen as a curse, I guess. Once maybe. Okay, what do you mean maybe? Infatuation and love are very similar. No, I get that, 100%. Like there was a point in time where I thought I had loved someone, like they were the love of my high school sweetheart kind of love. Like I thought genuinely that I loved them, but then I met someone else and fell for them, and then I realized, oh, that was love. That first one was just infatuation. Like I needed a different experience to be able to like kind of tell between the two. So you're spot on with that. Infatuation and love are so similar that it's tough to delineate between the two a lot of the time, because also they're entwined to some extent. But yeah, you know what? I don't know. I've kind of leaned away. Obviously, I'm a hopeless romantic at heart, and I guess I'm not really looking for love right now. Like, and it sounds so cliche, like, oh, if it finds you, it finds you. Like, it's when you least expect that it finds you. I don't know. It's like, I've been in love, and it can be really cool. But also, I'm the type where, like, when I fall for somebody and like get in a relationship with them, I tend to like lose a lot of the best parts of myself trying to make them happy. And it's like something I need to work on, where it's like I need to, dig deep into why it is that I feel I need to either hide parts of myself or, limit the cool parts of me so that they feel extra loved. I don't know. Love is scary sometimes. Absolutely. That's the realest thing you've ever said besides the skinwalker part. That's pretty real too. I'm probably going to fall asleep thinking about that. Yeah. Love is scary. It's beautiful, but it's scary. Yeah. So yeah. That's cool though. I hope you find, or I hope you find a good love. My charger doesn't want to with TWT work with. Oh, dang it. That sucks. Yeah. Dang it. Yeah, I don't even know where I think mine's on the charger right now. Man. I like it. You came with curses. No, you started with Kanye West. Then you came with the curses. And then you hit with, hitting all the gamuts right now. Love. I don't know. I think now I'm in a state where like I'm much more interested in like loving my friends and like kind of the platonic kind of love, like the friendship love. Like I'm putting way more of a priority on that, because I think growing up, like I was very, very like I still love rom-coms and like those soulmate, half the things I have on my Kdrama list are rom-coms with soulmates. Be right back in a fix. Oh yeah, do your thing. But so yeah, I really, really enjoy the idea of like soulmates and love and like romantic love. But like the older I get, the more I want to focus on friendship love, because that's love too, and it's a different kind of love, but I think it's just as important. like the friends who invite you out, hang out on a weekend, or you know, the friends you see at brunch, or the family, your brothers and sisters who look after you or look in and check in on you. And um, it's like that kind of love is so beautiful to me now. Like, and it's not because, well, it could be in part because I've kind of, all right, so full disclosure, I have been in love 2 times. 2 times I've been in love. And both of them did not end the way that I would have hoped. And it's also tough because I'm just getting out of a relationship. So that obviously skews how I view romantic relationships, right? So it's like after a breakup, you're not going to be like, well, at least me, I'm not going to be like gung-ho on like trying to find love or trying to like fill this space with another romantic partner, So that's a big reason why I'm into like the introspection kind of side of things. Fixed it. Hey, nice. Good job, King Kai. I think I'm going to go to bed though. Was waiting for a friend, but she ghosted. Been there. Absolutely been there. Enjoy your night. Man, you too, King Kai. It was good seeing you. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for joining. If you're ever on here again, man, let's talk about curses or whatever you're down for. But yeah, so I'm very much in like introspection kind of mode where figuring out what's important to me, what I love, what I don't like, kind of my behaviors that like I've noticed when I'm in like love to you. Hey, love to you too. Have a good night. Get some sleep. So yeah, maybe it'll be one of those things. I tend to like, I don't know. At least the group of friends I have, like everyone seems to kind of like bounce back from like a relationship really fast or fast to me. Like, but me, I'm the opposite. Like it takes me so long to get over somebody I've dated or like somebody I've been interested in. Like I can't, it takes me years. I'm talking like 5 years. And it's not like those 5 years are spent like dwelling over it or like mulling over all this and that. Like it's just those 5 years are like kind of moving on and growth and like focusing on myself and focusing on what's important to me before I'm even ready to like even gear toward like dating someone else, right? It's not like I'm hung up on somebody. It's more like, okay, this ended. Now I'm in a new phase, and this phase is more like, and it's also because I'm really good on my own. Like I am so good alone. I don't need, like at the end of the day, honestly, I don't need another person to complete me or to fill a space in my life. If someone's going to be next to me in that capacity, I want them to be a full version of themselves. I don't want us to like complete each other, I've never subscribed to that idea of like, one half of a couple, right? One half of a soulmate. You know how 2 people complete each other? No, I don't think I think we're both complete people and we just complement each other in such a way that it's beautiful, So I'm full and awesome all by myself. And it'd be cool if I met a full and awesome person who's wanting to join my thing, like enter my world and kind of learn me and I learn them, and that'd be really cool. But it takes a lot for me to get to that moment, like to get to where I can accept somebody in, because the way I kind of think about it sometimes is like a cake. Like life is like a cake. And like I've got a pretty good cake going on. I've got like 3 tiers. I've got real good frosting. I've got real good. It's, probably some kind of chocolate cake. And it's just delicious, perfectly cooked, perfectly baked. But like a romantic relationship is like the icing at the very top. That kind of makes it pop. You know, that's what a romantic relationship is to me in my eyes. And it's like, could I live my entire life with just the cake that I have now? Yeah, absolutely. Would it be delicious and awesome and fun? Absolutely. So anytime I think about adding that little, drizzle of pizzazz on top, like, because that's the thing. Too much drizzle ruins the whole cake. You drizzle it too much, it throws off the flavors. It makes it too moist. It makes it mushy. It's like, is it worth it? Because if it goes bad, your cake's not that great anymore. So that's kind of my take on love as of now, as of 2024. Curses, that's a whole other story. That was fun. I like that. I still honestly believe the Amazon jungle has more curses per capita than most places. I believe it. I know there's something shady going up in there, like, like supernatural wise. Definitely something's going up in there. Like, I would be more shocked if you go into the Amazon jungle and don't come back with a curse. It's like, obviously the Egyptian pyramids and like tombs and catacombs, those are all cursed 100%. Obviously, you're gonna go in there. What were they thinking in like the 1900s? A bunch of archaeologists going to these tombs, going in, knowing Egyptian history, and thinking they're not gonna get cursed, thinking they're not gonna come out and all just die within 5 years. What are we doing? You know that. So that's how I feel about the Amazon. It's like, you're going to go in the middle of there and come out non-cursed? What are we doing? Get out of here. Obviously. Oh, actually, let me change this while I'm thinking of it. Okay. Sweet. All right. So, let's continue. So, Gyeongsang Creature. Let's see, where was I at? Oh yeah, so it's fun to see kind of the relationship between different countries that I don't understand, like, or I didn't grow up with, like, I don't have the knowledge base. And yeah, I could research it, and I did to some extent, but still I don't. It's also like, then how much do I trust the sources? What's it really like? Because it could all just be, and I'm not really a conspiracy theorist, but like, to some extent I am, because it's like, who knows what the information I'm reading, like, if the US has some kind of state or like stake in Japan being seen as evil. I don't know. But I do think that Japan was doing some really, really bad stuff to the places they were occupying. I've read like tons of different situations and like different massacres where they're like out there like doing some bad things, like bad guy things to like the Chinese and Koreans, where it's like, ooh, there's no redemption arc for that. Like, that's bad. Like, it's completely believable that they would harbor prisoners in their own land and do experiments on them. Like, that's crazy. It's kind of wild to think that like Japan has the reputation it does now. Like, and even I want to go visit Japan. Like, I'm planning a trip there. But like, just 100 years ago, we were doing some awful things. And like, I mean, I'm from the U.S., so I say this exact same thing about us. We did some awful things. Or the U.S. did some awful things. So it's the same thing. It's like, they're awful people, awful governments, awful individuals everywhere. Doesn't make it right. It's just crazy how you kind of forget. Because like when I was reading some of the incidents of like Japanese brutality on Chinese and Korean civilians, like it was nasty stuff, like bad stuff. Like how are you gonna do that to another human being? Anyways, so there's that kind of like dynamic in this show, which is really cool. It's interesting, but they don't make it like, they don't like, force feed it to you. They don't make it like, it's definitely like a running theme in the show, but like, it's not like bashed over your head about it. So the takeaways in this show, I mean, I rewatched this. It's so good. It's so rewatchable, but it's wild. It's like, it's almost understated, but it's also like really high production. So it's like a weird kind of line it's walking, but the special effects aren't that insane. Like, they're not crazy. Like, the monster at some point kind of looks like, you can definitely tell CGI. Like, but that's not the point. Like, the point is like the people and like the storylines, and like my favorite part of this show is obviously these two, like the main two. Leave it to a Korean drama, no matter what's going on in the background, no matter what kind of crazy shenanigans is like happening, whatever curses are going on, there's going to be a dynamic love story for the ages. That's just the nature, and I really like him. Like, I didn't know, I watched stuff with him in it, the main guy, but I didn't like, he didn't like register for me or anything. But like, after watching this in this role, like, I'm like, yeah, he's so cool. That's such a cool dude. Like, he's fun to watch. He's engaging. Like, his character's really cool in this. He's like kind of tall, so that's like intriguing. And her, like, I adore her. Like, I watched her in there was this one show on Disney Plus. I can't remember what it's called, but it was about a music maker, like a pianist or a lyricist, and it was cute, and she was the main person, and it was but really though, I saw her in the show My Name. That's where I knew her from first, though, because I watched the first like 3 episodes of My Name, and that one I didn't love, but I really liked her. Like, something about her, like, acting, and her, like, she's gorgeous. I mean, she's just like beautiful, but B, like, she's a really good actress. She like commands the scenes, and she's really good in action roles. Like, in My Name, she was like a fighter. Like, it was a crazy backstory. It was really cool. I just rewatched it and finished it, and it was mid, maybe 6 out of 10. But Jung Sung Creature, 9.5 out of 10. This one, super rewatchable. They're coming out with a season 2. It's in the works. The side characters, that's the one thing about this one. The side characters in this aren't quite as, I don't want to say developed, but they aren't quite as like in Welcome to Samdori. Like those side characters are everything. Like you feel for those characters more almost than you feel for the main characters. Like Korean dramas, a lot of them do such a good job with the secondary characters where you're rooting for them almost more than anybody else. Like you love, that's like a lot of reason you stay for a show is because of their stories. This one is not so much. It's like the side characters really just kind of inform our main characters, like for the most part. And when I say side characters, I mean like the protagonist, like group of like people. You know, not the bad guys, because the bad guys are really good. They do a really good job. Apart from Bloodhounds, because Bloodhounds had the best bad guy I've seen in a long time. He was like maniacal. He was like, and it wasn't even he was doing anything. He was doing things that were less bad than Gyeongsung Creature. Like this general in Gyeongsung Creature is doing some horrible, horrible things to people. But I think the acting and the role in Bloodhounds, that guy was just so much more. I just hated him more. This one, the bad guys are cool. I mean, not cool, they're good. And really the thing that drives this one is the setting. The setting is really cool. It's like really cool to see these characters perform in this setting, like in this time period, and like everything looks so beautiful and it's really well done. But yeah, the side characters. Hey puppy. Hey buddy. Thanks, buddy. The side characters aren't really all that much to write home about. I mean, they do have a few. There's a soldier who, he's a Korean soldier who has to fight for the Japanese army. He has to enlist or something, and it's a sad story. He's like a young kid, and he ends up helping our guys out, and that's pretty cool. It's pretty sad to see like that kind of aspect. They do a really good job of making you feel for him and his mom, and that's a whole thing, and that's cool. But that's how they use the side characters more. It's more like, okay, their story kind of builds up, and then we see the reaction from our main characters based on whatever happens to those guys, right? So if a side character dies, it's like it's sad because the side character died, but it's more to see how it changes or impacts our main characters, if that makes sense. Whereas in like Welcome to Samdori, it's like we are so invested in the side characters themselves that like we don't care how it affects the main characters. We just want to know how the side character is affected. So yeah. The main takeaways, the two main leads, the chemistry is so cool. It's like, it's the way they meet and fall for, spoiler alert, the way they kind of fall for each other is so intriguing. It's like trauma bond. It's definitely a trauma bond situation. But it's also really cool to see a guy who you think is just like a womanizer, just like a wealthy businessman, give it all up or throw it all away for love. Right? It's like that's an intriguing storyline to see someone who you think is just a selfish a-hole, you know, meet someone who makes it like changes his priorities. So that's a cool dynamic. This one is pretty short too. I think I want to say 10 episodes. So in terms of K-dramas, it's not like that crazy of an investment of time. It's like, you know, I think they're each an hour and 15, but they're really dark too. That's the thing about this one. It's like, it's really dark. So if you don't like dark storylines, this one's not for you. It's very much in the vein of like, maybe Supernatural. It's just really, it's really cool. It's really good. The setting's incredible. The set design, all that stuff. Like, I'm not even like a set design guy. Like, I don't notice it a lot, like in places, but like this one is obvious. It's like clearly like a different time period. and so it's really cool to see. But yeah. So this one I recommend. This one is tied with Bloodhounds. Tied with Bloodhounds probably. Maybe I'd give the edge to this one just a little bit because I'm a sucker for a romance. Like, you throw in that romance. There's a reason they have it. There's a reason it works. You know, I'm a sucker for like a romance, like a romantic dynamic. It's a fun one too. It's fun, like, not fun. Like, the storyline itself isn't fun. Don't get me wrong. It's like, but it's just cool to get immersed into something. Like, I love shows or movies that like really do a good job of immersion, where it's like you're in there and you're watching like an hour or two of this, and you're just like, man, and you like look around and you're like, oh yeah, I'm not in 1940s Korea, you know. So, in this one, I would recommend starting it in the late afternoon. You know, maybe about, let's see, if it's like daylight savings time hours or whatever we're in now, I would say start at about 4 p.m. 4 or 5 p.m. Start it. So that way, by the time you're in episode like 3 or 4, it's like starting to get dark. Because that is peak. Like, that is prime. Like, that's when it starts getting like dark in the show, and then like dark. Trust me. You'll find yourself rooting for our main guy. You know, just the way they do it, and the way it's just. And this one, the writing isn't anything crazy. It's like not, you know. I think Bloodhounds has a better writing, and Monster definitely has better writing. But this one has a good pace to it. It makes sense the way they paced out like the situations and the timelines, and it just makes a lot of sense. And they didn't try to do too much. Like, I love the fact that they didn't, you know, they could have definitely gone over the top, made things so crazy. But this one, they didn't. They kept it kind of like Stranger Things season 1. It's very Stranger Things like vibe. Like, that's, and I love Stranger Things. So if you like Stranger Things, you probably will like this. But it's like grown up version in Korea. But like, it's very much like Stranger Things season 1, where they're not trying to do too much. You know, they're not jumping straight to season 4 behavior. You know, they're just keeping it simple. You know, in Stranger Things, boy goes missing. Spend the whole season trying to find the boy. Right? That's it. In this one, girl goes missing. Spend the first half of the season looking for the girl. Find out something's not going, something like real bad is happening. We need to investigate this a little. Right? They don't investigate it all the way. They don't button it all up. They don't figure everything out, but they keep it simple. They're not like overthrowing the Japanese government. They're not like doing something that's like something ridiculous. They're not winning the war. They're just like figuring out in their specific town what's going on. And so yeah, I recommend this one highly. This one, like I said, it should tell you all you need to know when I don't come back to movies or shows if I've already watched the half of them. Like, if I'm 6 or 7 episodes deep and the rest hasn't been released yet, I'm as good as done with that show. But this one, I was excited. Like, it was weird. I was so disappointed when I found out, the second part's not being released for a few weeks. I was so disappointed. But then, oddly enough, I was like excited because that gave me a reason to rewatch. It's like, you know how we're talking about The Office, like I think yesterday or the day before, we're talking about The Office and how it has a specific mood that it, you know, a specific itch or scratch, specific, you know, itch that it scratches. You know, specific time, specific vibe, specific setting, specific cadence, specific writing that all scratches a particular itch. And that's exactly what this one does. This one, Young Sun Creature evokes a specific mood that you can't get with anything else that I've seen in the past. And like that's probably the best compliment I can give to any kind of form of media is its uniqueness. Like when so many things you watch these days feel so the same. Like, Welcome to Samdori could be Welcome to Jeju, could be Welcome to Seoul, could be like there could be so many iterations of this same storyline, and it just feels good, and it's like I liked it, but it's not unique. I would not call it unique. Like that's why it can't be number one. It's just not, But this one feels so specific and feels so like it was one of those things. I finished the first part of this show and I almost wanted to immediately go back and rewatch the first episode. What? Like that is so rare for me. And it's like a big part of it was because after you finish it, it's like nothing else feels quite like it. So then you're in that like hole, like that bad. We've all been there when you're binge watching something and like, let's say you're binge watching Grey's Anatomy, and you finish Grey's Anatomy, and now it's like you're looking for every kind of thing that's similar to it just to scratch that itch. So then you end up watching 2 seasons of Private Practice, and you're like, Tay Diggs is in Private Practice? And you're like, hold up. What? But, so yeah. I definitely recommend Gyeongsang Creature and Bloodhounds. Those would be the two that I recommend. Moving is that one's harder to sell, I think, because it is just it's massive. Like it's like the scope of moving is so broad that it's tough. It's not just like a superhero action like in the traditional sense that we think of it. It's also like undercurrents of like political radicalization and like a whole lot of undertones of things, and like it's so massive in like how it portrayed, like the storylines and all that stuff. It's still beautiful. It's like probably the best writing of a show I've watched in a long time, but it's just like I don't know if I can really. That wouldn't be the first one that comes to mind when I'm like recommending someone a K-drama, especially if they don't watch K-dramas. Like, but if you like Stranger Things, you like Gyeongsang Creature, and if you like Creed, or if you like almost anything really, you'll like Bloodhounds. Because like I said, Bloodhounds is like a buddy cop show, but not cops. But yeah, Gyeongsang Creature takes the top spot for top K-drama I've watched in 2024. So now we're going to take a quick break so I can potty and I feed my pup. And then we're going to get into top 4 Korean male crushes of 2024. And we're going to get into it. All right. So stick around. Or don't. Whatever if you've got something to do it. But I'll be here and we're going to get into top Korean male crushes 2024. These are my crushes. These aren't like, voted on or anything. Although we should do that eventually. If we get enough like people who like K-dramas here, we'll do we'll start doing polls and stuff and see like what you guys think, because that'd be fun too. Like that's what I want this to be eventually, is like kind of more of a community. Obviously I'm just starting now, so I'm growing, but like I want it to be more of like, it'd be so much fun to have like we vote on our favorite K-dramas we watched that month. Like this, we take this, but we do it like with the community. So it's like you guys vote. Maybe you submit an entry for it, and if I've seen it, actually that'll probably inspire me to watch it, which would be fun. But we can put a poll out and we can vote on things that we like, and We can update this crush list. Like I said, I'm gonna do the actress list next week. Um, but so yeah, I want this to be much like All of Us kind of thing, where I'm just kind of the guy who sits here and talks, but we all kind of are involved because that's fun to me. That's why I called it like Welcome to the Family, because it's like I want this to be very cozy, comfy. Like anybody's welcome, as long as you're kind, or as long as you try to be kind and not like overtly rude to everybody. Like you're welcome here. I don't care who you are, you're welcome. So on that note, we're into some male crushes after I pee and feed my pup. So I'll be back in maybe 10 minutes. Um, Hopefully, you guys are all cozy. It's about 1 a.m. over here. So if you're on the West Coast, hope you're all settling down. And if you're on the East Coast, man, I hope you're in bed or listen to me from like maybe you're working overnight. I don't know. But I'll be right back. Check. There we go. Now we're back. Now we're cooking. All right. All right. So let's see. Now we've got. Now we're in it. We're in the nitty gritty of it. We're gonna do the crush list. I know this is what everyone's been waiting for. So let's get to, well, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what people want, but I know what I want. And we're going to the crush list. And the crush list is, so like I said, today is the male crush list. Next Thursday we'll do the female crush list. So without further ado, we're going to do top 4. These are my crushes, my celebrity male crushes. Top 4 of them. Alright, so number 4, is Wu Do Hwan, and forgive me, I could be mispronouncing it terribly. Let me go ahead and get this right for you. Alright, so number 4, Wu Do Hwan, or Wu Do Hwan. Wu Do Hwan. Celebrity crush number 1, 4th on the list. This dude is Korean. Next one. I'm just kidding. Woo Do-hwan. He is one of the main leads in Bloodhounds, and that's where I first actually heard of him, and that's how he made this list. Is because I love Bloodhounds. That's such a good show, and he is such a good actor in it, and he's also eye candy. I mean, look at this dude. Like, look at his jawline. Look at his, like, the way he's got his hair. That second picture is a scene from Bloodhounds, and like he got ripped for this role. You know, like he just looked like a specimen of a human being. But yeah, this dude is a good-looking dude. And he's got cool fashion too. Like I've seen like candidates of him like walking down, and he looks real cool. Like he's got a cool fashion sense. So that also helps. Like that's really, I found as I aged, like I really like people who have like individual fashion sense, and that's like really attractive to me. But this dude, yeah, number 4 on the crush list, Woo Do Hwan. All right, number 3 on the list. Ding 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 ding. Is Jung Hae-in. Jung Hae-in. Jung Hae-in is number 3 on the list. He is, I mean, look at his face. He's got a baby face. He is, I mean, adorable. Honestly. Like, he looks like the type, and I think that's how he's typecast in a lot of dramas. It's like he looks like the younger brother role, the one you can like bring home to Ma and like she would love him. Like he's like kind of, you know, squeaky clean. But I mean, look at that second picture. He's like a little puppy. But yeah, he's cute. He's cute. He's in my favorite K-drama of all time, Something in the Rain. If you haven't watched that one, I probably talked about it before, but Something in the Rain is my favorite K-drama. It is coziness personified. It is everything I want in a K-drama, with my favorite actress in it. Spoiler alert. Excuse me. And it's got him. He's the main lead in it. And that's where I first kind of started falling, like, I don't want to say in love with him, but like he like really caught my eye. I was like, oh, this dude, like, he's attractive, he's adorable. Um, what more do you need? No, his acting is really good. He's a really good actor, and so I watched him in Something in the Rain, and I was like, okay, anything he's in, I'm gonna watch. So then I watched One Spring Night, which is like pretty similar to Something in the Rain, and he's even like he's so good in that as well. I tried to watch Raindrops with him and Jisoo from Blackpink. I just couldn't do it. I didn't like the storyline. I liked the acting. It's one I was like I wanted to finish it because I really liked him and like I like her. Like I love Blackpink, so I shouldn't say I love Blackpink, but I like Blackpink, and it was really cool to see her act. Like that was fun. But I didn't like the storyline enough. I didn't care about like I'm not really like a spy guy. Like I don't care about espionage or like that doesn't. I've never been like a James Bond fan. Like I don't care about spies. I don't care. Like that's just doing too much. Like I don't know. Also, I don't care about knowing things. Like I don't need to know what other countries are doing. Like spies are the opposite of staying in your own lane. Like spies, by definition, are never in their own lane. They just doing way too much. They minding all the business that's not theirs. It's like for what? For some potentially political and cultural like bombshells that could change the face of the economy and society as we know it. Doing too much. Doing way too much. Nah. You'll never catch me as a spy. Unless. No. That's doing too much. I don't care enough about things. Yeah. I'd be like, first day on the job as a spy, they'd be like, okay, go to this, neighborhood and suss out this situation. And I'd be like, why? And they'd be like, well, we need that intel. And I'd be like, my guys, do we? Like, do we though? And they're like, yeah, it's for like national security. Like, this guy could be really like bad for us in the future. And I'm like, I mean, cholesterol is gonna be bad for us in the future, but like, we're not really working on that. I just be like, I mean, I guess I'll follow him around for a little bit, but like, you got maybe like 45 minutes tops on me. Otherwise, like, I'm gonna get bored. Like, it's just not enough for me to like gather intel or like, know that I'm protecting, my country. It's like, I just don't care. I don't care. But Jung Hae-in, adorable, number 3 on my list. He's also on a show called like DP1, I think, something like that, or DP. Maybe it's just called DP, but yeah, I really want to watch it. I've seen clips and it looks cool. Looks like another bromance kind of thing, and I'm down to watch those. Okay, number 2 on the list. Number 2. It is Ji Chang Wook. And I know I've already talked about him before. He's the main lead, the male lead in Welcome to Samdori. So, but he's one that like he is captivating. He is he's like one of those, like, he has a presence. When he's on screen, you're just like, okay, you notice him, Plus, look at it. I mean, he can do so many different things. He's in like dark roles. He's in like fun roles. He's in comedy roles. He's in, serious roles. He can pull it all off. He's just gorgeous. Like, look at that first one, that brooding stare with the hair. and like the cheekbones, like he looks like the 17th member of BTS right there. Like he looks suave, and then the other one, look, that's what he can do. He'd be a puppy dog in that one. Like, come on, bruh. He's too multifaceted. That's 2 facets right there he can do. But he's one that, like, he's just, I don't know. The first time I saw him was in not Suspicious Partner, because I never saw that one. My sister was really trying to get me to watch that one because he's in it, I think. But I didn't see that one. I watched him in what did I see him in? Man, my brain escapes me today. I saw him in something, and he was really good. It was a rom-com, almost guaranteed. But I saw him, and he kind of stole the spotlight for me. I was like, who is this dude? He's funny, he's charming, he's got a great smile. It's like, I was intrigued. And then I saw him in something else, and I can't remember what that was either. But I was like, okay, this is hilarious. And he is so funny, and he's like just as captivating in that as well. So it's like, it was like, okay, these 2 things I really enjoy, and he's in both of those. That's a good sign. And then I saw Welcome to Samdori, and no, before Welcome to Samdori, I saw another thing he was in. It was him and the lead from Queen of Tears, and she's also in My Liberation Notes, and she's also in that one show about the dude in the army and the medic and the nurse who like get together. I can't remember what it's called in this moment, but anyway, she's in that as well. But yeah, he was in this like really cool like mockumentary type show on Netflix. It's really good. If anyone wants the recommendation, I can find it. But it's a really cool like twist on things, and it involves him like being in like a coastal town, and he meets this great girl. Turns out this great girl was lying about herself and like her whole personality and everything, and she pretty much breaks it off with him before she tells him what's real. So he like is heartbroken over the loss of this loved like perfect version. Come to find out like later on, none of it was true. She's actually friends of his, and it's like he finds out it's funny and it's well done, and it's like a mockumentary. It's like a take on it, and it's really good. And he's in it, and he's perfect in it. Like, so it's like 3 out of 3 things that he's in loved. And I watched Welcome to Samdori, and it's on my list for a reason. Like, he's a big part of it. He is just lovable. Like, he's a very lovable. If you want to have like a K-drama with a male lead that people will gravitate toward, choose him. Because he's got that thing, that extra little thing that a lot of people don't have, that kind of people want to rally behind him, and people like, he's charming, he's funny, he's really good looking, he's good at what he does. It's like all those things, plus he's got the extra little bit. So yeah, Ji Chang-wook, he is number 2 on the list. Now it is time to get the number 1 male crush list. Number 1 on my 2024 K-drama actor male list crush is none other than Mr. Park Bo Gum. This dude, where do we start? Where do we start on this guy? First of all, look at this dude. Look at this guy. I mean, come on. Come on. Look at him. That's it. You don't even need an explanation. We don't even need to get into it. Like, look at this guy's face with your face and tell me that's not one of the prettiest looking faces you've ever seen in your life. Like, come on. That's wild to me. That's wild to me that you can be born like that. And maybe, I don't know, maybe there is like plastic surgery. I don't know. But whatever had happened is between him and God on this one. Like, that's something crazy right there. Like, let me see if I can't look at this. Look, we're gonna do one of these. Look at that. Look at this dude's face. And just everything about him. Right? Look at this. That's not normal. That's not normal. To be that good looking? Like I said, that's between him and God on that one. Like, it's like one of those things. I don't know what happened. And I think he's a musician too. Like, he's an actor. He's a really good actor. He looks like that. And he can play music. It's like, sometimes, you know how they say, like, sometimes God gives with both hands? Well, this one, like, God had a third hand, like, coming out his rib cage. And just was sprinkling talent on this dude. Sprinkling just good fortune all over Park Bogum. Just everywhere. Just closing his eyes, just, you know, Michael Jordan from the free throw line, just throwing things. And they just sticking everywhere. Sticking. You know, good looks. Boom. Jawbone. Boom. Chiseled features. Boom. Perfect lips. Boom. Perfect hair. Boom. Brooding eyes. Boom. Musical talent. Boom. Height. Boom. Come on. Are you serious right now? Like, that dude, this dude's almost too good looking. And have you ever seen him with long hair? Like, insane. Insane. Come on. One of these days I'll pull up a picture of him with like his long hair, because he was doing long hair for this movie called Encounter, or the show called Encounter. And this dude looks like an angel. No lie. It's ridiculous. Like, if he wasn't so good looking, I'd be upset, like, that he exists. But he's just so dang disarming. Like, look at those eyes. Look at this. He's staring right into my soul. There's nothing you can do with that. You can't do a dang thing about that. This man's just casually staring into somebody's soul like that. Obviously, you're going to fall in love. Or you can't not fall in love. Come on. Come on. Park Bogum. This guy. He's top. He's my number one celebrity male Korean actor crush for 2024. This dude, what can you say? Just use your eyeballs. Like, literally just use your eyeballs. I mean, as a matter of fact, even if you were blind, you'd still feel it. No doubt in my mind. If you do not retain the ability of sight, you'd still be like, that man's the most attractive person I've ever seen in my life. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. If you were deaf, you'd hear his singing and be like, whoa. Angel. Absolute angel voice. So, he's in a lot of things. I think he was a model before he turned to acting, which obviously, clearly, I mean, don't say less, But he's in a show called Encounter, which is one of my favorite shows. My sister Sam was trying to get me to watch that show for like years. I was like, Sam, what's your favorite K-drama? And she'd always hit me with Encounter. And I'm like, I wouldn't think of anything of it. Like, I got so many on my list. But she kept saying Encounter, watch Encounter. Like, it's a good vibe. It's cool. And she was not wrong. I watched it. Not only is it really, really, really good, like peak vibes, it's perfect, like workplace K-drama where like the CEO dates, classic story, but like the acting in it, amazing. The soundtrack, beautiful, perfect. I still got a lot of it on my playlists. And Park Bo-gum's in it. If you got this guy in your show, what else do you need? What else do you need? You wouldn't even need writers, really. You would just sit him in a room with a camera on him for 16 episodes and just be like, yep, that's it. We got it. So yeah, Park Bo-gum takes first place in the first annual top 4 Korean male actor crush list by me, Raya. So, if you have any disputes with the list, you can take it up with Park Bo-gum and his jawline. And you're not going to win that fight. I'm sorry. You just won't. But yeah. So that's my list. Those are my lists for the day. I had fun making them. It's fun to like, I don't know. They're just beautiful people. Like, it's just, I don't know, appreciation of faces and talent and acting and all of it. Like, it's just fun to me. But yeah, and all those actors, a big reason why I like them is because they're all in things that I really, really love. Like, they're all, it's one of those things I almost can't separate the show or movie that I watched with them in it versus like how much I like them. It's like if they were in bad shows, I wouldn't like them. I don't like, except for Park Bo-gum. Park Bo-gum wasn't a bad show. Doesn't matter. He still got that face. That's God. But yeah, it's like the fact that I enjoyed the shows that they were on made me like them more, and that's why they make a list, right? It's kind of the same thing where it's like young Tom Cruise did not make any of my lists, even though I think he's like classically handsome, or he was. Maybe even today, I guess. But like, I didn't like anything of him. Like, I didn't like any of his movies, anything that he did. So he never made a list for me. Whereas like maybe even less attractive people would make my list. But I like their stuff more. So I'm very much like, if you don't make good stuff, it's hard for me to like put you up there. And just in my own personal, I'm just explaining like my personal like criteria of things. It's like, obviously it's completely subject to my opinion. So that's that. But yeah, today was a good day. We talked about relationships and curses and love and Park Bo-gum. That's not a bad day, honestly. I've had worse. So yeah. Let's see. Tomorrow will be Freestyle Friday or Flashback Friday. I can't remember what I'm going with. It's going to be more like a freestyle, I think. honestly, I like the idea of having like a Friday night game night. You know, because like I love yapping, but you know, I think yapping will be a little easier when you have more like chat. So, like more things to build off of and more things to like. Because when I see like when I go back and forth, it's like so easy. But like, I mean, honestly, I can come up with stuff in my head, no problem. But I feel like it's hard to sustain over like a long period of time. So maybe we'll do Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be our gaming days, and then Tuesday, Thursday will be our yapping days. That sounds kind of nice. Let me know what you think though. Let me know if you like the gaming section. I rewatched some of the VOD yesterday and I realized like my mic was really low for the gaming portion of it, so I'll definitely like fix that so that you can hear me talk while I'm, gaming. But yeah, let me know if that. I mean, maybe hopefully it wasn't boring to you, you know. But I definitely want to incorporate gaming, so maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do Monday, Wednesday, Friday will be gaming. Tuesday, Thursday will be yapping. And like I said, next Thursday will be the female list on that. Maybe I'll do top K-dramas I've seen. Or no. Maybe I'll do top K-dramas I've seen just in general. Maybe we'll start the top 10 list and we'll do like 10 through 5 next week. And then we'll do my top 5 actresses. Because if I'm being honest, it was tough to find 4 actors that like could apply. But with actresses, it's a different story. Like Han So-hee, Son Ye-jin, so many more. Those 2, so that's how you know I'm right. But yeah, tomorrow, I don't know. I'll think about it tonight, and if anybody messages me and like has an idea of like what you'd like to see for Flashback Friday, I kind of like the idea of, maybe just kind of having a prompt, maybe like doing, I don't know, history like memory related, like so maybe like something that'll jar my memories of like dating or school or things like that would be fun. But I also like the idea of just like playing some Ghost of Tsushima for 4 hours on a Friday night. Like that sounds like a lot of fun to me. And that actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, that's probably what we're going to end up doing, honestly. Tomorrow we'll probably end up doing some gaming. So pop your popcorn and you're ready for some gaming tomorrow. So yeah. You excited for that, buddy? My little puppy, my little Nashvillean. Whoa. Okay, come on. You gotta sit there, though. You can sit there. We're gonna screen cap this. Yeah, you gonna say? Okay. He doesn't know anything about personal space, so this is what he does 24/7, honestly. I like how he's slightly more in focus than I am, and that sums us up. He's the star of the show wherever we go, and I'm okay with that. But yeah, this is Nashville. He's my little bud. He's my little best friend. He's turning 5 years old in like 2 weeks. But he's my cozy blanket, and he keeps me safe. See, he's making me too cozy. He's making me fall asleep. What's a boy to do? Um, but yeah, I'm excited for this. I hope you guys, you know, I hope you guys are excited for it too, or at least like maybe it's entertaining to you, or just fun to watch, or cozy to watch or listen to. I just I don't know. I'm excited for this, and I'm excited. Kind of want to grow this out, but a little bit, and focus on this, and because on my end at least, I guess so you can hear the motivation behind it. It's like I really am not having fun in Iowa. Like it's just I don't like it here. I don't feel motivated to do anything. So this is my attempt at like finding something to enjoy and finding something consistent to like pour my time into to get something enjoyable out of it, you know? Because otherwise at this time, I'd be reading or maybe watching some K-dramas or just watching some anime and just kind of whiling away the time. Whereas here, I can at least talk to some of you guys, and you know, I can game a little bit and I can hash out memories, and you know, so far it's been fun. So far it's been something to look forward to. Like I genuinely like was super excited when I was making this K-drama stuff. Like it's something like if I wasn't streaming, I would never even, this wouldn't be a thing. But it's kind of cool that it is. And I hope you guys liked it. I hope, like, my honest hope is that like maybe a year from now we'll have a kind of a big enough group where we can go back and forth about them, you know, and we can talk about the ones that we liked, the ones we didn't like, the ones that we're looking forward to, the ones that were overrated or underrated. Like have like discussions about them, because that's what my life is lacking. It's discussions on K-dramas. Like I've got luckily I've got my sister, and she is like, she's been watching him. Like she's the one other person who like enjoys them. I mean, I think my sister and my brother also enjoy them, but they just don't. It's not on their radar like fully. But my sister Sam, like she's pretty big on them. So at least I have her to like kind of bounce my excitement about, and because it's always, you know, I don't know. I think a lot of things here, I just said that like being on my own is my favorite, but like a lot of things are better when you can share them. Like especially if you have a joy, like the joy of like discovering a TV show or a actor or actress or something that you really enjoy. Like being able to share that excitement with somebody is awesome, or at least have them like understand where you're coming from. Like if I say to like anybody that I work with, like, oh, this K-drama I watched was amazing, like it was so beautiful and it made me cry, they'd be like, K-drama? But if I tell my sister that, she's like, oh, I know, right? Which one was it? Which one? Was it Encounter? Was it 39? Like there's that understanding where it's like, and you feel like solidarity, you feel like comforted by that, knowing that someone else kind of understands why you're feeling so many big feelings about something. So yeah, at least I got her to, yeah, at least I got Park Bogum. But so yeah, I think we'll close it out. I kind of want to go eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and finish my anime. Like I said, I'm in the the last season they have up of Shield Hero, and I want to finish that, because I think honestly after I finish that, I'm going to be out of my anime arc for a while. It's just like I really like it, but I've watched I said Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, and Shield Hero. So that's three really good anime in like a month and a half's time. That's pretty good for me. Usually I watch 1 or 2 a year, if that. So like I'm already on a good pace. So I think I'm gonna shut down the anime arc for a few months, and get back into focusing heavy on K-dramas, because there are so many I want to watch. There's so many. Like Queen of Tears is on TV right now, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with, anything about it, but there's so many spoilers out that I have to avoid, because it's one of those, like, it's on like episode 12, I think, or something like that, maybe 10 out of 16, and I'm trying to like dodge the spoilers. Like, I'm like one of those dudes who, like, they don't want to know the score of the game until they get home and can watch the game. I'm that guy, but I'm with Korean dramas. Like, I don't want to know the score of this Korean drama until I get to watch it by myself. Like, and from everything I've heard, it is really good. Like, it's got the main guy from It's Not Okay, or It's Okay to Be Not, It's Okay to Not Be Okay. And it's got that girl from that show with Ji Chang-wook. And she's also in My Liberation Notes, like that main girl from that. She's such a good actress, and those two together, I think, would be awesome. And it's proving to be right, because every single thing I'm seeing on there is, even if people don't like the dynamics of it, they agree that it's good. I've heard the writing's really good. I've heard the epilogues are really good. It's like one of those, I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to like get any information about it, because, not that I'd probably retain it, but I don't want any spoilers, because as soon as it hits, I think it's the end of the month that it hits, it'll have 16 episodes, all of them up. And as soon as that happens, that's the next one I think I'm going to watch. So before that, I want to finish this Shield Hero. I've got, 3 weeks? And I want to watch, and there's this show, there's this Japanese show called I Love You, I think, but it's EYE, Love You. And what'd you think of that one? Me too. It's really good. It's really good. That was a little delayed reaction. I like it. Your comedic timing is everything. But I really, really, really like that one. It's okay. I can't really even call it a Japanese drama, because it's like Korean adjacent. It's like half it, because the main character, the main male lead, is Korean. The main female lead is Japanese. Anyways, it's really adorable. It's like a lighthearted, bubbly, like bubblegum kind of drama. There's no drama. It's like the synopsis is like she's the CEO or like owner of a chocolate company, and he's this kind of cute guy who, like, at first he delivers her food, and she's like really big on food. Like, she's really like, she's a foodie, and he leaves her cute little notes, and they end up like, thinking each other, they're cute. And end of the episode, turns out he's gonna be an intern at her office, right? So not that groundbreaking of like a premise, but it's just cute. It's just really cute. It's like just bubbly, and I like hearing Japanese language, because I'm so used to hearing Korean language. So like, it's cool to hear both in one show. And actually really, it kind of tipped the scales for me to want to go to Japan instead of Vietnam. But that's another one where I didn't know that they were only releasing half the episodes. So I was watching them thinking I'm going to watch the whole series, and it turns out, no, I only watched half, and that's the worst. Like, how do we do it in the 90s where it's like one episode a week? How do we even remember what would happen? Like, I know they had the recaps, but like, how do we stay emotionally invested in something? If I go a week without watching one of these shows, like, I forget the plot. I forget the characters. I forget what streaming service it's on. I forgot I even watched the show. I could be like 3 seasons deep into something. I could be like 3 seasons deep into Lost. But like you tell me I have to wait till next week to watch it, then I'm the one who's lost. I'm like, was I on an island? I don't understand. Like, this is NBC. What's going on? Doesn't work. So, but this one, I think the rest of the episodes drop. I don't know when. It's soon. Maybe in a couple days. But, yeah, I'm really excited to finish that one. I'm going to restart that one just because it's so easy to watch. It's like, it won't take me much. But, so I want to finish that one. I want to finish the one I'm on. I'm watching Tell Me That You Love Me with the deaf guy. But it's getting real slow. I don't know. I'll push through it. I only got like 5 episodes left. And then after that, I'll probably need one more thing before Queen of Tears. So I have a whole list on my phone, but I think I want to try Wedding Impossible before Queen of Tears, because I've seen clips of Wedding Impossible, and it looks like right up my alley. Like, I guess the plot of that one is an actress who is like decent, or like is doing decently well, gets hired by this CEO to pretend to be his wife, because I think he's gay. So like he hires her, and this is just what I've read, so I don't know how accurate it is, but like he hires her to like pretend to be his wife, so that his parents will pretty much, I don't know what the thing is. I don't know if they're accepting, I don't know, like, so he can be himself and still be seen in their eyes. I don't know. But the guy's brother is like, ends up like trying to make sure that because I don't know what my take was. It is like the brother knows that his brother's not, or the brother knows that his brother's gay, right? The CEO. So he's like, why is this woman, obviously this woman's bad because she's trying to marry him, and he doesn't like women like that. So something shady. So he's trying to investigate whether she really likes him. And so I think he goes to try to steal him from her or something. But pretty sure he's going to fall in love with her. If I know my K-dramas, he's going to fall in love with her. And she's probably going to fall in love with him. Is my guess. Within the first 5 episodes. One of them's going to catch feelings, guaranteed. Mark my words. I'll be back here in like 3 weeks to say how I was right. But yeah, so those are the ones I'm gonna watch next. I'm excited. I'm super excited. It was like I was really excited for Wedding Impossible, but then I started seeing stuff from Queen of Tears, and I'm like, I'm really excited for Queen of Tears. Really, really excited. So yeah, that'll be fun. I hope you guys liked today's stream. It was a lot more yapping. And I know like Korean dramas aren't like for everyone, or not everyone's into them, but I like them, so I'm going to talk about them. Like I said, I want to make this a weekly thing. So if you don't like Korean dramas, you can tune out on Thursdays. And if you do, man, welcome. Join. Say hi. Give your recommendations, because like I said, I'm always looking for recommendations for Korean dramas. Always, always, always. It's pretty much the only TV I watch these days, so yeah, let me know anytime. But my little puppy's being so cute. It's really tough to get up. I don't want to disturb him. He waited this whole time to jump up on me, and now I don't want to have to get him up. So you're stuck with me for a little bit longer. That's what it sounds like. Um, so yeah, hopefully you've had really good days. Hopefully it's been a nice Thursday. Everything's been kind. I hope your coffee hit extra delicious this morning, and that you feel a little rested and you had a good day. For me, a good day is sleeping in a little bit, waking up when my body tells me to wake up, and then I pour a really, really nice mug of coffee, and it tastes delicious. And then I just kind of lounge around during the afternoon or the morning, and then in the afternoon maybe I go, find some lunch. And then chill until the evening. I'm so low key. I'm sure that sounds boring to a lot of people, but my perfect day, so chill. I remember one of my favorite days of the past year. I got up, got some coffee, then I went over to this cafe in Winston, and I just listened to Mac Miller, and I did some writing and some reading in this cafe, and then out of nowhere, not out of nowhere, but it just started pouring, just rain. And it was super cozy. I had the music, I was people watching. It was just such a vibe. It was so nice. And I think back on that day quite a bit. It was one of those most times you don't realize how important a day is going to be to you, or how important a moment or an afternoon is going to be until you live it, and then you look back on it, right? But this one, even while I was sitting there, I knew, this is going to be a special day. As soon as the rain started pouring, I was like, this is going to be a memory. This is going to be a core memory unlocked for me, because something about it was a beautiful cafe. It was the first time I'd ever been in there. And I can't remember what it was called, but maybe it'll come to me. But it had just, so picture this. It's got big floor to ceiling glass window in the front, so you got a perfect unobstructed view of outside. So you see the street, and you see the green trees, and there's a park across the street, and it's awesome. And so I think I got tea, because I don't drink more than one coffee a day, so I got some tea and a scone or a muffin or something, and I took my seat kind of near the window. And I just was kind of listening to my headphones and just eating my pastry and chilling. And then it starts raining, and I was like, this is important. This is a moment. This is I really enjoyed this. This is so comforting to me. And so I sat there listening to Mac Miller in the rain and watching people stand outside under the awning, and they were watching the rain too, and two of them were smoking, and it was this feels nice. And then the rain stopped, and it got sunny, and then I went home. So yeah. I've also thought a few times about starting an ASMR situation, maybe an ASMR channel that's or recording ASMR videos that are just my voice talking you through the evening, or because I did stumble upon some of these kind of ASMR channels that are kind of along that kind of vein. It's more like a girlfriend soothing a boyfriend kind of thing at nighttime, which those can get weird real fast. So I didn't want to do any of that, all that, but I wanted to do more maybe you're coming home to a roommate, and your roommate is like asking you how your day went, and you kind of like fall asleep to the sound of me, like, saying, "Hey, you're okay, you're okay, you're okay," or like me talking you through a panic attack or something like that, where like some kind of resource where you can, if you're feeling lonely, you can turn this on and you can listen to my voice, and maybe it'll help. Maybe it'll make you feel less lonely. Or like, if you're having a panic attack, you can turn on this video and it's just me saying, "Hey, you know what? You'll be okay. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. You're having a panic attack, but you'll be okay." So yeah, I don't know if that's like something anybody would like, but I've always thought that'd be kind of nice to like do, and I don't know, I could get really like soothing with it and be like, "Hey, are you okay? How was your day? Oh yeah. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad that you're here now though." Like something like that, right? I don't know. I feel like there's a lane for that. Because like I said, I was looking online and I couldn't find anything like specific to what I wanted. Everything was like geared toward like not sexual like dynamic. Well, some were sexual in nature, but like they were more like soothing, like kind of like romantic soothing, like I don't know, like, "Come here, put your head on my chest and feel me breathe," like that kind of situation. I'm like, that has its merits, but it's like not quite what I was going for. Like, I want more like like friendly, like not trying to like get you aroused, but like trying to get you like feel comfortable, like feel peaceful, feel less alone, something you could put in your earphones and just kind of like drift to sleep and be comforted. So yeah, I don't know if anyone would enjoy that, but it'd be kind of fun. But on that note, I think it's 2 a.m. here. So I think we're going to end Kdrama night right there and call it a day. And I think we're going to go raid somebody, because I think that'd be fun. See who's on and raid them and yeah. So thank you for joining me, everyone who came through. King Kai, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the family. Hope everyone has a good night. This was fun. This is a lot of fun for me. I like having a space to talk about Korean dramas and all my, like, even just recapping, like, some of the shows that I watched kind of made me relive it and, like, rethink about it. And, like, in my day-to-day, I don't get to talk about them. I mean, I could. I have people around me who would listen, but, like, I don't get to yap about Korean dramas like I want to. So this is a good space for me to kind of do that. And thank you for indulging me and listening. And even if you just like my voice filling up the space, that's cool too. And I'll say this probably every episode, but like, or every stream, but if you're lurking, that's awesome. Lurk away. Like, that's who I am as a streamer or as a viewer. Like, I'm a lurker. I don't like to be in chat just because I found it like I get like anxious like chatting to people. Like, I don't like that like immediately response. Like, that dynamic I'm not a fan of, like, on the viewer end. It's just something I notice about myself. So I always just lurk and try to support in my ways. And so if you're lurking out there, fellow lurker, do your thing. That's completely welcomed and accepted and encouraged. So, but yeah, on that note, I'm going to get out of here. We're going to raid somebody. Tomorrow is going to be, I'm thinking, just a Friday night, a game session. We just put on some like Ghost of Tsushima or like Alan Wake or something fun, something like interesting, and see what shakes out. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. So, um, dang, hold up, Nash Puppy. Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness? What's up? Is that Rocky? My bad, puppy. Puppy. Rocky Jocks? No, sorry, Rocky Cox. What's up, Rocky Cox? Have I ever been diagnosed with a mental illness? I do have depression, so there's that. Um, but yeah. So, um, but yeah. So that's fun. But yeah, like I'm an open book, so ask away if there's anything you're curious about. But yeah, in that case, 100%. But but yeah, so hopefully you guys enjoyed the yapping. Um, this is fun. Um, like I said, I'm thinking about tomorrow, probably Ghost of Tsushima or maybe Alan Wake. Like that would be kind of fun. I saw my brother play it one afternoon, and I was like, "Yeah, you know what? That looks like a vibe." So we'll get into that. Um, that'd be kind of nice. Like I said, I'm really liking the idea of like just spending a Friday evening chill, like just gaming. Um, but yeah. Just out of curiosity, Rocky, why do you ask that? Not that I mean, it's totally cool. I don't mind at all. But is there something on your mind, or just kind of just curious? But but yeah, and my goal is if anybody, if one person out there can like watches or like gets curious about Korean dramas because of me, then I have done my job. Then I have completely surpassed my abilities as a person and just, you know, done well. So, but yeah, and then so tomorrow I'll be gaming. Saturday and Sunday, like I said, I will take off unless I get the urge to stream. But I'll probably end up just consistently keeping those days just for myself, just to kind of recharge and hang out with my family and my puppy, and do some cooking and some game planning and stuff like that. So the weekends will probably be pretty quiet for most part. I can imagine like in the future, like once we start kind of growing a little bit and like start maybe even interacting with other like streamers that like if they're doing stuff on weekends, like maybe I'll join in and that kind of thing. But for the most part, I like the idea of just keeping my weekends to myself and you know doing this kind of in the weekday and having fun with it. But who knows? Who knows what's going? We're figuring it out as we go. We're learning. We're having fun. But I don't know if you can tell, but I'm getting sleepy. That's one thing I cannot hide and I hate it. I hate it because you're gonna know that I'm sleepy before I know. Like you're gonna see it on my face, and like then you can hear it in my voice, and I'm like getting that sleepy voice. And and yeah, so it definitely hit me. I'm gonna probably eat my PB&J and fall asleep watching either Shield Hero or my Kdrama. I haven't decided which yet. But alright. So I think what we're gonna end up doing is rating someone who's on. I don't know who's on, if anybody's got any suggestions. Let's see. Oh, I don't think me see. Let me see if there's anybody on right now. Let's do someone. Let's see. Guys got any preferences? Let's see who looks like they're having fun. Ooh, there's a baking stream. Let's go over to Skatey. That looks fun. Yeah, let's go over to Skatey. See what that's about. So guys, thanks for joining. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some gaming. We'll have some fun with it. All right, guys. Go say hello. Go send some love. Okay. Maybe this works. All right, guys.